now charging low rents $32 a month overall, which is an approximate cost of $20,000 a month or $40,000 a year. We pay to solid waste. Furnace services for contractor, as of today, $75,000 has been paid out. SWA plans pays over $200,000 in fuel and $300,000 in vehicle repairs, which strains our budget and makes it more difficult to purchase needed equipment. Lately, insurance rates have skyrocketed. We're paying more there. Approximately $1,400 per unit per year.
Annually?
Yep. Not enough revenue coming in. Not enough rent revenue coming in to help SWA pay for the maintenance of these units because of all the other stuff we just went through. We recently done a needs assessment and to bring these units all up to where they should be or more run like our tax credit projects and USD projects, we would have needed additional 102 additional staff to operate and maintain units that we currently have. $8,240,000 estimated cost to fill the new positions. Additional rent would help. SWA employs more than 130 to manage over 1,000 units. Nearly 1,200. There's great need for more maintenance staff to try and maintain aging homes. Okay, we'll go into the low rent part, a little more detail here. The low rent increase is effective, would be effective January 1st of 26. A $50 increase per bedroom size for the low rents, 80% and below. Current rent is in the parentheses below. So what we're proposing is we're right in front of that. Per the regulations, if the rent exceeds 30% of the tenant's annual monthly income, then the tenant's rent will be calculated at 30% of the annual monthly income. SWA is considering whether to use 30% or 15% as that ceiling, as has been used in the past. That 15% has been used. Just recently, Cheyenne River, they went to 30% straight across. Zero income tenants in low rent units will still be at the zero rent. SWA currently has 105 tenants who are at zero rent as of today. This next one is the over income tenants in the low rent units. And this is the one I was talking about, that this has to be changed. Get back into compliance. Currently, SWA is out of compliance with the hospital regulations by undercharging the over income tenants. 80 to 100% AMI will be required to pay. We're proposing 10% of their annual income or market rate, fair market rate, whichever is lower. SWA currently has 14 tenants who fall into this category. There's an example of, one right here. Household in a bedroom, 4-bedroom unit family has income of $91,894.40 with 5 household members. This income amount is considered between 80 and 100%, which is over income. At $91,000 times 10% is $9,189. That amount divided by 12 months would be $765.70. Fair market rate for a four-bedroom unit is $1,383. So by going to 10%, that's still quite a bit lower than you would see out on the market or any, you know, you go to Rapid City or Sioux Falls or any place like that. Fair market rent for a four-bedroom unit, $1,383. This rent for this family would be the lesser amount of $765. Either 100% and above, they will be required to pay the 12% of their annual income or fair market rate, whichever is less. SWA currently has 12 tenants who fall into this category. A household in a three-bedroom unit has an income of $129,000 with three household members. This income amount is considered 100%, which is over income. $129,000 their income divided by 12 months is $15,552. 15,000 divided by 12 months is $1,296. Fair market rent for a three-bedroom unit is almost $1,200, $1 short. This family would pay the lesser amount of $1,199. That's two of them. Okay, the USDA increases effective January 1st, and this is mandatory. I'll kind of go through that, and Lisa could probably answer a lot of these questions, because she's the one been working with these guys, and Rose too. USDA units rents are different from the HOSDA and low rent units. In recent years, USDA has urged SWA to increase rents and help bring in more subsidy. These are meant for low and very low income people. So by raising these rents, it means that most of these people won't be paying that themselves. We'll get more of a subsidy out of it. Right now, SWA is not charging enough to maximize the subsidy. SWA had difficulty getting USDA to approve recent budgets for the program due to the low rent amounts. USDA monthly rent will increase by $50 per unit. Rent structure and current HUD administration. The current Secretary of HUD wants to move people to help people transition out of these assisted housing units. No current changes to rent for HOSDA has been discussed yet. SWA should make these increases to show that old rents from 2002 are no longer in effect. And SWA is requesting to council that tenants are going to be asking the council to undo these changes. We know that's coming. We're asking you to support the changes and must make these changes to become compliant with HOSDA, especially for the over-income units, over-income tenants. Making these changes will help SWA to improve the housing program for Rosebud. Current SWA rent revenue is approximately $700,000 annually. That's not all that we should be getting. The new rent structure would increase that amount, not above, but to $1,500,000. The new rent structure would go into effect January 1st. If the federal government is still shut down, SWA will assess if a postponement is needed at that time. How's the regulations? This is in the CFR, what it says. What maximum and minimum rent or home buyer payments can a recipient charge a low-income rental tenant or home buyer residing in housing units assisted with the grant amounts? A recipient can charge low-income rental tenant or home buyer rent or home buyer payments not to exceed 30% of the adjusted family income. The recipient must also decide to commute its rental home buyer payment on any lesser percentage of the adjusted income of the family. This requirement applies only to units assisted with the grant amounts. SWA does not set minimum rents or home buyer payments. However, a recipient must do so. And under what conditions may non-low-income Indian families participate in the program? Non-low-income families cannot receive the same benefits provided low-income Indian families. The amount of assistance non-low-income families may receive will be determined as follows. The rent, including home buyer payments under a lease purchase agreement, to be paid by a non-low-income family cannot be less than income of the non-low-income family at 80% of the median income, and rental payments for a family of 80% at 80% of the median income cannot exceed the fair market rate. So that's a quick overview of what we came up with and are proposing.
We'll go ahead and start with some questions. We'll go around the table. Start with.
I'll probably have some a little later, but for now.
Okay. Michelle?
I have a couple of questions. I'm just curious as to who's all on the board that already approved all of this, and on that second bullet, it says most landlords update rent annually. Just wanted to note that they do update rent annually, but they also inspect the homes. And I know a lot of these SWA units are not inspected. And then my question is, why can't the rent be adjusted if it's a regulation? Why does it have to come before council for?
Well, we're just doing out of courtesy. Kathy suggested it. You know, the board can set the rates, but courtesy agreement.
So it doesn't have to be approved by council, it's getting increased either way?
Wayne, did you have any questions?
Not towards the rent. Oh, that's later.
And
I guess I got a few in here. Just curious about these changes. why now? Why are we doing them now? Why didn't this happen back then? And I know, I do understand that the board is the one that makes those decisions, but I'm just kind of curious, why is it happening now? The reason why I'm saying that is because we were discussing here earlier before you came, and I kind of understood Emily's explanation on it, her being on the board, understanding why this is implemented. But, my just concern is, we're a tribe, we're a tribal entity, but we're having issues already right now with homeless things that affect. So it's going to be really difficult, I guess, to try to implement this or even support it because, again, it's a change. But I also would say that if this was done 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and making that adjustment, I think it probably would maybe be helpful right now. And it's really tough right now because of the way the government's going and then also, our concerns of financial stability within the tribe and then also tribal workers, things to that effect. So that was just my question is why now? And if Nahaza put this in here before, then why wasn't it followed then? But that's one question. The other question I got is, I know you're saying you want to implement this increase to help stabilize your supplies, get more laborers, things to that effect. I mean, that's great and all, but it's going to be concerning because I know there is some tenants out there that would say, if I'm going to be paying my rent on this deal, I will probably be paying for the repairs where the abuse is taking place in another house. So that's a concern also, and then, of course, these are some concerns with a lot of things about the wear and tear and the abuse. But you see where it's coming from. I do see where you guys are trying to increase it in order to help you guys sustain yourself, to make sure that we are, again, inspecting these units, fixing them to where they should be, especially during the winter time. We always ask about that to make sure that they're winter weather, winter ready, and then also, again, wind, anything to that effect. But so I was kind of curious. I know when you implement this, it does have to. Hey, we have to do this. This is what you're saying. We have to do this in order for us to be in compliance. So again, I asked that question: why now? Why wasn't this implemented before? And then to get more justification of a lot of these units, where they stand, where they at. I know you got like how many? What's it called? Zero income. SW current has 105 tenants who are at zero income. I know that's good information, but what are the other tenants? Where are they at? Stuff I think so. These are just some concerns that I would have because we got 20 communities out there. We want to make sure that a lot of these things are covered as far as because it's going to cause a lot of disruption. They will come here. They will come to us as representatives of these communities. We got 20 of them here, so they will come to us to say, why are they increasing it? What's the purpose of this? Now, it's easy to say, well, they're out of compliance with NAHASDA, so they have to increase it. Now, other people would say, like me, why? Why now? Why didn't this happen before? So those are just some things I have. And the other thing is, is there a solution, if you're going to implement this, a solution for these tenants that have been there, like me? I'm a tenant that's been there for a long time, and I just told my colleagues here that I didn't expect to be in here this long. I didn't expect to be in this unit this long. I was hoping to get a home site and get a house and stuff, but I don't know where the home ownership program is at. Could be a possibility. Because I do have the land. I think we'll get the land for it, but it's just getting a house and stuff. But so these are just things. Again, some solutions, to what you guys have a dilemma on right now, which is increasing the rent. And I didn't know it was just the rent part of it, that was a report, but we'll get to that later on. So the rent part of that's just something to have a concern on, and I'm sure there's probably gonna be some other questions I think of looking at, just reading over this report and stuff. So again, Emily did give us a little insight of it earlier about why it is. But my question was, why now? Why are they doing this now? If it was in before, why wasn't it implemented before? So it just caused a lot of conflict, I think, with not only communities, representatives, but also the people who are paying, I think is what it is. So that's just my concern. And those are the questions I have so far. So can you say why now?
Yeah.
Because
Well, actually, this should have been done probably every 5 years at least, all along. It was never done, went 23 years without any increases at all. And that's mainly because, we need more maintenance staff. We need a lot more maintenance staff. if we're gonna run these houses like we do our tax credit in our USDA projects. Not only that, maintenance staff, but it falls back on inspections. Right, so bigger staff of occupancy department. So that needs assessment plan we put together. It's a ripple effect. It goes to hits all departments, you know. And if we've never really, you know, evicted nobody for non-payment, we always use it along with another type of violation. So we always include it when you do evictions, if they have a violation, you know, rent in there also. But we haven't been doing rents alone eviction. But, you know, this non-payment is really putting us in a hole on rents. A lot of people want new windows and doors, new roof. But you look at the history, and they're not paying any rent. We haven't paid any rent for 65 years.
I guess the reason why I'm saying it is that if it's been in here for the past 5 years, it should have been doing it the past 5 years. How can we get that? And I'm one of those ones that would rather go up to, you know, Washington DC. I want to go up to the bigger people to make these changes because we live in a impoverished area, a low income type area. So we should be fighting to try to, you know, decrease those types of things. So I do understand it's been in there for some time here, but I do pray that we would be able to get up there and make those changes. You know, I mean, just so we can say that this is what we're abiding by. Because again, here's some more people telling us what we can and can't do, you know, and, you know, here we are in 2025, you know, but if we can at least have a voice up there to say, you know, we need to reduce this because, you know, our tribe is, you know, not financially stable, you know, and with the federal government act now, you know, playing around with our funding issues, you know, there's going to be a lot of people maybe not having a job, not having a lot of these things, so it will come into play. So that's why I said now, why is it happening now that why didn't it happen before? So 5 years before, you know, it should have been changed. I know you guys have your housing plan and things to that effect. So that's just what my concern is right now. I mean, if I have some later on, into the rent stuff, but that's just my advice. Thank you.
But like I wanted to say, it should be been happening every 5 years from 23 years ago, 18, you know, 13 years ago. It should have been a regular basis for increasing rents, you know.
Thank you.
Stanley, do you have any questions?
Good afternoon, Gary. This is about time to ask the council to support the rent, raising the rent, but we're coming to a standstill on a lot of people that have jobs. Jobs are coming to a stop. Everything's when it's going to come back up and when this is going to take effect. But I guess if it has to be, if you stated your reasons, they're all written down here, the reason why you want. So I used to live in a housing house. I lived in it for about 16 years now. I kept up with my rent. I looked for housing. They just automatically took it out of my paycheck. And shit, paid like I don't know, is that going on too? Like workers?
Well, you know, since we passed out that resolution, we have a few more people do the payroll deductions now.
That are what?
The payroll deductions now.
Yeah, that's the hardest part. I think what's causing a lot of this is because there's quite a few people that don't pay their rent. And so we have delinquencies that could be anywhere from $10,000 to, we have one as high as $30,000 that they owe in back rent. That's not damages or anything. And that's what they owe, you know, so because you're not taking in any money from rent, that rent money is supposed to be what sustains the maintenance part of it. So we could go out and put in new windows, we could go out and put in new doors, but with no rent money coming in, there's very little to you know, none money that we can use, you know, to put in new windows in everybody's houses. And that's just where it's at because everybody always says, we quit paying our rent because you guys never fix our house. And that's in the landlord tenant code. But it also says, if the landlord fails to make repairs as required under this code or written agreement, the tenant may, provided the tenant has given written notice to the landlord, either terminate the occupancy agreement or pay rental payments in an authorized escrow account, awaiting a negotiated or judicial resolution to the problem. So when people just stop paying their rent and they say, I'm not paying you guys anymore because you guys don't fix our house. Well, they're supposed to be, under this code, they're supposed to be paying the rent into an escrow account. So that way, whenever they resolve whatever the dispute is, that money's there to, pay for their rent. And that's why we have some people that are with very high delinquencies that they've never paid their rent, like say for 10 years. It might only be $50 a month, might only be $150 a month, but that adds up if you don't pay, for years. And so those houses, and they're just not, right now, all that maintenance can really afford right now is health and safety issues. The water leaks, the broken windows, and it would be good to, have money to go put whole new windows, all the windows, change all the windows out in these units, but the money just isn't there right now.
I'm new to that housing house. I think there's two or some person paying rent housing. But there was some, classified as zero rent. I don't know what the status is on that. But, those, I don't know what they had, if it's zero rent, do you still have to pay a rent of some kind?
Nope. It's a zero.
If they're on zero rent, they have to verify every 90 days, every 3 months, that they are really on zero without any income. And then they're not charged any rent. And so that's how it's all about income verification. And if they are truly without any kind of rent, then, and this sounds really high, but I was looking at one where if they went up to the changes of extra $50 a bedroom, then where there was a 4-bedroom house and the guy, and then in our system is only 15%. And that's, right now, that's what's in the policy. But, so it calculated out, our system calculated out his rent, to $508 a month. But if we use that rent, the limit by the bedrooms, he would be paid $400 for a 4-bedroom house. So that would be it'd be cheaper by $100, for him. And those rental calculations will be on every tenant according to what their income, their deductions, and so like somebody like a grandma who lives in a 5-bedroom house, and that's her only income is Social Security every month, then that rent is based just on her Social Security income. So if it's $500, but according to the calculations, her rent is only $100, then it will be the $100. So it's not gonna, for those people that have very, very low income, which is what this housing was meant for the very, very low income. And the NAHASDA guidelines, and the median income for every year is $104,000. That's the median income. So the base, and then there's a whole chart on what the income is and how many people are in the house, and then that tells you whether or not you're over income or not according to your rent. So there's a whole set of charts and everything. Those are updated every year. So
Comparison of rent. Brother had a grandson that went to school in Rapid, and he had to pay a real small apartment. He got something like $1,200 per month.
that's what it is. That's fair market rent, they call it. And that's the standard rate that you pay per 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom that you pay for according to how many people. So I think for 5 bedrooms, it's like $1,500 or $1,600. That if you went off the reservation, that's what you'd have to pay.
I understand that 6 days is coming to a close in some of the places. Suppose, some of our tribal members would come on and need places for them to stay. We've been looking at some of the board ups, if there's some way they can speed it up and get them board ups. So, for living.
We got a lot of construction crews going up right now on all these boarded up, not all of them, but most of these boarded up units. We got ARPA, we got a few contractors going, you know. So we're making a lot of good progress on there, like I told council before. All the move-ins we're doing, we have probably just as many, almost as many move-outs too. You know, so it's a constant cycle.
Well, if you need a plumber, I know my brother-in-law's looking for a place.
All we need a plumber.
And we put an application, so send it anyway. All right, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Stanley. Mary, do you have any questions?
Okay, I agree with, I'd like to see that. You know, if you live off the reservation, rent is really high. And when you state on here that, there has been no rent increases since 2002, and that's putting all of compliance with the hostel, right?
That part of it is not out of compliance, but, the part that's out of compliance is the over income people. The ones who are at 80% and above and the 100% and above. That, you know, that there is listed on page 2, right in the middle, over income tenants.
Okay, so that's just pertaining to them.
Yeah,
So has SWA ever thought about or tried the rent to own or lease purchase program for the houses?
we have a few of them. We've had a few of them in the past, and most of them came up on their 25 years. We got a few left. So, probably not, what did you say, 2016?
15 of them.
15 of them.
Yeah.
There's 12 there.
Oh, no, left of those. And we, after 25 years, we convey them. If they still haven't paid it off, we convey it with a promissory note.
Those are within the communities, right, not the home sites.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Stanley. Votes.
You know, I feel you guys are out of compliance too because you waited so long. You should have brought this plan forth earlier instead of waiting this long. Because right now our people are in hardship. And you have this plan that you gave us for the rent increase. Do you have, can we see your plan to be in compliance with the Oyate's needs also? With this, if you're gonna increase their rent, how are you gonna keep up with the maintenance? Because the maintenance and where things went wrong too is when COVID came in. You guys quit doing your quarterly inspections.
So, 1 year, 2 years.
Are you doing them right now?
Yeah.
You are doing quarterly inspections.
Not quarter.
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yeah, it's every 2 years.
They're not being done right.
They're not being done because we have people, and you know, you say it's a safety issue too, then why don't you, because there are people out there that do need repairs on their homes, that do have a safe home environment for you to go into. So why don't you send out like a survey and ask them, hey, can we come out and inspect your home? Because I know some elders who have been waiting for months to just even get a crack in their door or a tile replaced. So, you know, we're gonna increase their rent. So are you gonna, how are you gonna find your balance with your increasing your maintenance workers, increasing their pay, and making sure that people who are refusing to pay their rent because they refuse to pay their rent because nobody repairs their homes. So where do we find the balance at, you know, for that? There needs to be, we need to figure that out. when it comes to the repairs in these homes. And then, why don't we invite HUD down here? Have they ever gone to a reservation? Have they ever came in and visited with administrators and council? Because you know, they're cracking the whip right here, but have they ever came down? We would like to see them come in and visit our reservation. We would like to ask them questions, take them out into our communities and see situations that are here, all our boarded up houses. Some have been boarded up for 30 years. You know, we have to find a solution. But, you know, we would like to see a plan from you guys also. You're increasing their rent, and Michelle made a good point. Council Rep, Alderman Bear. She asked you if you even needed our approval because you're already going to implement it.
No,
You know, and-
they voted to get the process started. And, we wanted to bring it to council, get you guys' input before enacting it. So the resolution hasn't passed. We haven't voted on a resolution to increase rents yet. Once we do that, it'll have to go into our own policies too.
And we requested to have people come down and do their annual reports, and Madam Chair said, or not reports, but we asked for some directors to come in because we had questions for them. And she said, we have to give them a notice because they need to get ready or they need to be prepared. We should be able to call any director down here at any time and ask them anything because every director should be prepared for any questions that are going to be asked because it pertains to the people and their well-being. So when it comes to this or any type of information, you know, it should be emailed to all of us so we can review this beforehand. You know, we're all sitting here trying to go through this real quick and like some have a blank mind right now because you know, we're expected to read, 4 pages here and then ask the question. So, you know, just out of courtesy, you know, just email ahead of time next time so we can review it, you know, review it before we actually go through everything.
Yeah, it was kind of short notice for us too, because we were never notified, but, I've seen it on the, secretary's weekly meeting thing, so, Monday morning.
Yeah, if you could just send us your plan also. That incorporates this. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. Got permission to sit so I can read my notes. Thank you. Hi guys. Thank you. So you're tired of seeing my face. I just had a couple questions, and a couple statements to make.
Just let me know when you're done.
Thank you. Yes. She's like, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna clock out over here. Just kidding. I just wanted to make a couple comments on some of the questions because I think, like, as a board member, this was a really hard conversation to have. I think it was, like you, we had so many questions, so many things to balance. We didn't have the opportunity to see it in writing like we have today, so I really appreciate that you brought it for council because I think had we seen some of this in the numbers, it might have changed how things or may have changed how things were discussed at that time. Because when we were talking about it, it was mainly kind of like it came from Lisa, the finance report is how the board heard of it because of the non-compliance issues on certain parts of it. And at this time, it was right when the new administration had turned over. There was lots of Doge talk, lots of, you know, jerking funding, ending programs if you're not following X, Y, and Z. So at the time, it felt really like rushed, like we needed to maintain that SWA was in compliance, or not only would it jeopardize the units we were talking about, it could jeopardize our subsidies and things, funding structures for our other units as well. So that's kind of what, just to lay some context of that meeting. I think Ben asked where the timing came from. Like that's, to me, what kind of gave the urgency of why we needed to make a decision. And the decision was made months ago. And at that time, it was, well, let's start the process and see what that looks like, kind of what Gary said. And by the time it comes back to us, we should have a lot better sense of what's going on internally, what's going on externally with the federal government, what's going on with our funding sources, all that kind of stuff. And so that's kind of where we are right now. So just to get to some questions,
Just wait.
in general, Gary, do all of the low-income units receive subsidy for rent? So even in instances where it's zero rent, is SWA receiving anything on any level funding for those units?
Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking is because the way it was explained to board members is the majority of these increases would be covered by the subsidies. That if we increase our rent, potentially for the majority of them, the subsidy could also be increased for most of them. However, some of them, the over income one, would not meet that, and so they could not get an increase in subsidy. So I just wanted to make sure, is that still true? Did I understand that correctly? That the majority of the people that would be affected by this price increase, their subsidy would be raised to cover that? Or am I not understanding that correctly? And then if that's the case, how many people would be paying out of pocket for the increase?
What you're talking about, that raising it to get more of the subsidy, that's the USDA.
Yes.
Because they said right now that the rents that we do charge are so low, we can't use those subsidies because our rents are too low. So we can use more of the subsidy if we raise our rent, so that way we can access more of those dollars. But right now, we do get the FCAS, and that's our housing stock, and that's the money that we get that comes in, every year. And so that's what covers it. And currently, there's no subsidy that comes in, for them. So whatever these units are right now, that subsidy that comes in, and, it's really not enough to cover the 805 houses, that has to cover the maintenance for all of them. And so, that's where it's at now, because that has to cover all of it, because we're not getting the rents like we should. There's some that pay, and they pay, with payroll deductions. They pay all the time. We do have, Marion asked me, and I said, yeah, we do have payroll deductions. And then for those that are far behind, we also offer them the Pay Forward program. And that's, they pay their rent for 4 years. If they pay their rent on time every month, or at least they pay it every month. I don't know about on time, but if they pay it for the month for 12 months, then they'll get a quarter of that delinquency written off. So if somebody owes $20,000, and every year they pay their rent every month, $5,000 is going to get written off. In 4 years, it's gone. So we do have that. There are ways for people to get caught up and to reestablish, and be in good standing again. But a lot of them don't really take advantage of it. I don't know if they understand it, or and I know it seems like we do send notices out, but probably when it says SWA on it, it goes in the trash. I don't know. But we do send notices out to try to explain things, and if it's not understandable, we can come out and, help explain it.
Okay, thank you for that, Rose. The reason why I was asking is because, from my memory, and again, I could be wrong, when this discussion came up, we were only discussing those USDA units, not everything in general. And so at that time, it was presented to get into the compliance. One of the recommendations was increasing by $150. Back and forth. So a compromise was, well, we'll increase $50 per unit for these USDA ones, meaning we're increasing rent a little bit, but not, a lot. And then I think at a later date or a next meeting or something like that, they said, well, if we're going to increase the rent, we might as well increase for everything. And so I think that's where I got confused, because I was still under the assumption that we were going to do $50 increase, which is an increase, but it's not a lot. Whereas when you're looking at what actually happened, we doubled the rent for everybody. And so people who were paying $50 would be paying $100, people who were paying under $50 would pay $300, people who were paying $300 pay $600, and so on. And so I think that's where some of my confusion at least lies with, was those two breakdowns in the unit prices. So could you give us an example on page 3 at the top there, where it says the income considered at 100% for over income, and it breaks it down into those two options? Could you give us an idea of what we're paying right now, so So we know of how much of an increase that would be at somebody paying 100% over income? Because I know you broke it down as like that estimate there, so it's either 1,200 or 1,200, 1,300, it looks like there. But I was just curious what they're paying right now versus that increase.
They're just paying, like a 4-3 bedroom is paying $150.
So then their payment would be increased by $800? Because I definitely know that wasn't explained like that. Okay, so thank you for that. So my next question would be, and right underneath there where it talks about rent structure and current HUD administration, it says currently the Secretary of HUD wants to move people transition out of assisted housing. So where in our situation would you propose that they transition to?
We've got, you know, they would have to find housing on their own, you know.
And the reason why I'm asking is because when you look at the charter of SWA, it is way more broad than just NAHASDA funded low-income housing. I could bring it up here, I don't think I need to read all of it, but it's a lot more broad than that. And some of the things that we're talking about here, like home ownership and housing all of our people and everything, that's all in there. So I guess I'm curious, how is SWA addressing our ordinance other than through NAHASDA?
Grants, mainly grants.
Okay, so is that would be your plan to do this? Because I understand that that's the federal government's, way of diverting the attention to crisis. It's like, it's not even supposed to be long-term housing. Well, no matter what, that's our situation. If we don't have any long-term housing other than maybe the 12 new builds or something that we have. So I would just be curious as to how we're fulfilling that whole need identified in the ordinance there. So back to another question. So out of the 1,100 plus units that we have, you're saying all of them would be paid out of pocket, except for the USDAs that are eligible for subsidies. And that was like 12 or something. So still over 1,100 would be paid out of pocket for the rental increase. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that too, because that's not how it was really explained to us at the board meeting. And so another question I have is, how does the value of the home get assessed, or the value of a unit? And how does that then assessed value get, play into the payment of rent? Because some of the concerns that I get are, how are you coming up with this rental value? Have you come looked at my house and you tell me if my house is worth X amount of rent? So I'm just curious as to how SWA identifies the value of a unit, and then how that, gets played into what the rent is. Or is there any relationship between the value of a home and the rental?
Not really. You'd have to bring in an assessor, to assess the house.
So according to our landlord codes and things, are we legally allowed to pay or charge rent on a structure that isn't livable? And do we have standards of what a livable house or something out there? And do we follow those?
In the past, when we did have more money to renovate the whole units, that went away probably 7-8 years ago when they started the health and safety. But at that time, they were renovating whole units completely, and putting them practically brand new except for the frames, So, they still have a lot of value in them. They can be brought back up into good condition. Most of them, if you had put $80,000 to $100,000 into them, for the bad ones, Others that may not take that much, but it's usually about $80,000 to $100,000 to bring it back up.
Thank you. I had one more question in here. I'm trying to find it real quickly. So when we talked about the over income status and how we're trying to, get back into compliance with those ones, do we already have a policy that we're not following, or do we need to enact a policy, I guess, about like, do people turn pay stubs in, or you know what I mean? Like, how are we basically remaining out of compliance, or is there any policy issues that we need to look at or enforce as far as keeping us in compliance with that over income part? Because it seems like we already have some policy on that, and are we just not maybe enforcing it, or do we need to expand on it?
It actually comes up to, on the over income ones, that, they'll let you work at 80 to 100%. They'll let, housing charge them, I mean, 80 to 100%, they'll let them live there. But it all depends on the time of move-in. If they qualify for the income guidelines at the time of move-in, we can't kick them out. But we have to charge them more rent because they're saying that these funds are meant for those very low income. And so that the ones that make 129,000 a year, then they're getting the same break as the one that has 10,000 a year.
So is that maybe
So
the
they have
breakdown?
to-
We're not
So they have
identifying
to
that?
pay more. Yeah.
So is that kind of where it's breaking down? We're not identifying those that are still in there beyond the 100% or whatever to
Well,
make that
that's what we
difference?
did. We did identify them. Who's at 80 and who's at 100. So we have 26 of them total. And there's 12, I don't see they're 14 or 12, but I think it's 14 at 80% and 12 that are at 100%. That means the median income guidelines, that means they're way over that, over the 100%. They're off the chart on that. So they're saying it's not fair to the family that their income is only 10,000 a year. They're only paying $50, and this guy that has 129,000 a year or 70,000 living in the 20-plex is paying $50, just like the one that has 10,000 a year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that was my questions.
Just to answer, whatever you were saying, what triggered this, what started this, I had conversations with Susan England from USDA, the year before when we was trying to pass the 2024 budgets. And at that time, now that's over a year ago, and she said that she wouldn't approve my next budget unless there was a rental increase.
Thank you. I knew there was some urgency there with the
Yeah,
financial
so it was
part.
just the USDA thing, and then it kind of got pushed down the line right there. It's like, is it really fair to increase the USDA people, and then look at a whole, what the other ones didn't get a rental increase? So is it just fair to do that to one project and not review all the other ones? So
Kind of like they're the only ones that are getting inspections and none of the other ones are either. So like, that might balance out. Thank you though. That makes.
Any more questions?
I'm done.
Thank you, Emily. Ellen?
A couple questions for you, Gary. Said you need 100 additional staff to operate and maintain these units. That's a lot of staff to be asking for.
Yeah, that's a needs assessment plan. The board asked us to see what it would take to run all of our units, our low rent units, just the way we do the tax credit projects, not the village, USDA projects. You know, those ones are tax credit projects. We have to live up to their, when we signed on to those projects, we agreed to keep them up. We agreed to them coming in doing inspections. When they come up with a punch list, we agreed to fix all those punch lists. So those are pretty well kept up out there, you know. And the board asked us to see what it would take to run all of our units like that. All of our units. So that's what we come up, we're way short on maintenance was the first thing. And in order to maintain them that way, we need a lot more inspections, so we need a lot more staff from occupancy. But as you go that route, you're gonna be doing a lot more renovating work to get these up to par. So that means another inspector, and that goes on to, with all this, more crews for construction to get in there and get the repairs done. And it's a ripple effect. As more work is being done, it trickles out into all these departments. More warehouse staff, more CCD staff. You know, it's a ripple effect. It goes across all parts of this thing. So that's the whole plan that we put together. If, along with it, it comes, so you have a building shortage. How are we gonna staff? How are we gonna house all these staff? So we need an addition onto the administration building. we need an extra mechanic and an extra garage to maintain all the vehicles. So it's a ripple effect across everything, you know, to more CCD staff to clean up all the meth units. You know, it's gonna take, to get this back operating like we do in tax credit and USD projects. It affects the whole, all the aid departments in this country.
Yeah, I just, let you know that, when I was there on maintenance, there was 5 maintenance workers.
Yeah, and that's.
Took care of, 1,244 units without a problem. 5 of us. Can't do that now. With 22 or 102 people. You got a lack of leadership over there. I said that before. You know, these 5 workers, they're all certified now. Furnace techs, they have equipment operators, plumbing, electricians. Stan was there. There's only 5. You got 1,244 houses. That's how much housing had then. You're asking for a lot more than, you guys ain't producing nothing over there. Not you. You inherited this problem. All these problems existed before you was even directed. That's not your fault. You have to put up with it. There's a lot more to that than what I'm saying. Your construction workers, you have construction manager, 3 supervisors, 6 lead men, and there's only 24. And you're paying these guys $25, $22.50 an hour. And you got 1 guy working, 1 guy watching him. That's not the way to run construction. People sleeping on the job. 3 weeks I went over to watch this crew. So I wonder, how come the guys ain't working? So what's done? He said, you've been sitting here for 3 weeks. And they're getting $25 an hour apiece. 5 of them. 10-hour day. 1,000 a day. Now he said, I called back over to the construction manager, told him we need this unit inspected. The inspector said I can't go over there because he didn't approve me to go over there. That's a bunch of, you know. You need to get on these guys. They're not doing nothing over there. That's the reason why when I left in 2008, there was 38 houses boarded up. When I came to work for you back in 2019, what was it getting? 228 houses boarded up?
He goes up to close to.
Remember that?
200, yeah.
They're not doing their job over there. And a lot of these houses are boarded up. You guys getting funds for these houses, even if nobody's living in them. I don't know what you guys doing with the funds. Those are upkeep of them houses. You need to straighten that out if you can. I would say.
We do have vacancy meetings every Monday morning and to check the progress on these vacant units that the crews are working in. So, you know, when we see one that went from 40% to only 45% in 1 week, you know, we question that. You know, what's the holdup? This should be climbing back at least by 10 to 15% a week, you know. Depends on the amount of scope of work in there, but some of those, you know, we've been trying to get those lead men to get on these crews that are making very little progress, you know. So, you know, we've tried to start that process too, you know. We got to get more enforcement by our lead men too, you know. We realize that.
Mike,
Yeah, Barry, the report that you handed out, does a lot obviously, not keeping up with inflation. It's a big part of the, you know, the lack of resources now, the expenses, cost of everything going up and whatnot, that's understandable. It's better late than never, so. How many, USD units are there that you, manage?
76.
76, and those primarily come out there in the village?
They're the Choseny and the apartment over by the college.
Okay, by the college, okay. Can we have a can we have a, or can you give a candid, report, opinion as to, the challenges with, labor, manpower, resources, that sort of thing? You sort of touched on it.
Yeah, you know, since COVID hit, you know, we've a lot of people, when they came back to work, they came back not as enthusiastic as they was before COVID. You know, there's a lot of challenges. We lost a lot of our good workers to contractors, ARPA workers to contractors, because the tribe, ARPA program, a lot of, more than we could. So we lost a lot of our best workers there. So what we're bringing on, we got no experienced people applying for these jobs. So what we have to do is bring them on as laborers or carpenter helpers and see if they'll learn, see if they'll progress in their experience. And some, very few of them, but there are very few that really progress good, you know. Want to climb that ladder. Want to show it, you know. But a lot of them are not that way. They just want a job, they want a paycheck at the end of the week. And do minimum hours. And it seems COVID had a big part of that, you know. I don't know what happened there, but it's kind of noticed throughout construction. Yeah, just our funds, we pay a good wage, you know, for the good workers. I understand ARPA's probably closing down here in about a year. And some of them may come back to us, you know, but, you know, till then, we won't know for sure, but. That's the main part of it, you know, there's been a big change.
How do you find your workers? How do you recruit them?
We advertise constantly with, for carpenters, carpenter helpers. Those are on our vacancy list all the time. So when personnel notices somebody with some good experience, he'll make sure that Daryl wants to take a look at those applicants. Because Daryl comes in, he's trying to hire the ones inexperienced, and a lot of them called in 15 of them one time, and one time we only got one worker out of the 15.
Where did these 15 come from? Did they come from your own,
A lot of them are
personnel office? I mean, you know, people that walk in there and ask,
a lot of applications, yeah. But when you try to get a hold of a lot of them, their phone's disconnected next too. You know, you can't get a hold of them too. And also, these are very young people that, they want to work, but they got no experience at
I was
all.
going to ask you about the skill levels that you experience.
Yeah, there's hardly no skill levels with the young guys coming in, you know. Even though there's some programs now, the schools are starting to pick some of that trades up themselves. We've always had it at the college, but it seems like the college workers have never come our way because we have the drug test. So that would always stopped a lot of people too.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's basically all I had right on.
Thank you, Mike. Todd?
Hey, Gary. Bull Creek, we don't have a housing pass. Yeah, we don't have a housing and, over the years, I tried to pass out housing applications so we can get a housing out there. A lot of the community members, they're in their 60s, 70s now. They grew up out there. A lot of them don't want to live out there anymore. They tell me, I grew up out there. I don't want to live out there. I like living in Gregory. So we never, I never really got to 3 or 4 times, in the last, since 2010, I think I tried to get, here we can try to get a housing if we get enough applications. And like I said, a lot of them said, just keep that, a lot of them rent houses from Washichulas and Gregory. They're really happy with that, something breaks, it gets fixed that day. And a lot of the Washichulas that they rent from are really good people. And, they don't, it's not like they miss $300 payment 1 month. They don't add it on 600 the next month. They'll say, give me what you got. And the next month they go 300 or 400 again. So it's not like they get their rent built up, 5,000-6,000, So a lot of those Washichulas work with the people that rent from them. But the other thing I'd like to say is, you guys really got a tough job. I came to Rosebud in 1991, and in 92 I was sitting here. And kind of like IHS, since I've been sitting here, since I started getting into travel politics in 91, and all these same complaints, it doesn't matter, like Elvis, it doesn't matter who's running it up there. And it's, like I said, it's like IHS too, I've heard the same, complaints since then. And every year it's the same thing. But like I was saying, it's a tough job you have. And it's not like, we gotta take into consideration how us Lakotas are too. How we treat things, how we treat our houses, how we, it's not like we're really, really responsible, So it's, a lot of it's on the renters too, And like Toast said, they might destroy one house, you guys put them in another one while you're renting this one, they destroy that one and put them back in, kind of goes back, and it's not just one family, it's, reservation wide, and just hundreds of families, So you guys, I really appreciate what you do, and it's like, you get hardly little or nothing done, but really you guys are working every day and, hundreds, thousands of houses, and thousands of families. It's tough to, we only get so much funding, we can only work with so much money. Just like you said, there's so many qualified people, you can't send a kid in there that doesn't know anything about, so you gotta get trained people, and then you gotta pay a little bit more money, so it all adds up. Just, a lot of people don't look at things like that, they just wanna complain, and I know, same as IHS, people while they're walking in there, they're mad already, they're already mad, they don't get nothing done, and it's just, they go in there and get mad at the doctors, and and so it's just, like I said, it's a tough job you guys have, and I really appreciate what you do, and like I said, a lot of things get overlooked, you don't, like I kind of just said, you got to get the qualified people, and then you got to pay more for them, and geez, I can't believe how plywood went up here a few years ago, went from $17 to $60, a sheet, you can only get 2 sheets for $100, if that. So the price of all kinds of building materials just went up, like tripled, quadrupled, on something. So all of that, people don't consider that, all of that. So I just wanted to say it's a good, I'm glad you guys are doing what you do, and, and keep up the good work. And we do have one community member in my community, her husband, had a stroke here, I don't know, a month ago. He's in a nursing home in Winter now. He was the income, and they rented an apartment there in Gregory. You know, it's a privately owned apartment. But she got evicted now here just a week or so ago. His money now goes to the nursing home. And it's not going to their rent money, so she's gonna, I'll probably, you know, she'll probably come up, she kind of maybe wants a place there in Burke or something, you know, with those apartments, and so she'll probably come see you guys here with it, you know, next week or something, and it's kind of, I just always wanted to say that about your program, you know, and it's, I've always, you know, when Amos was up there, he'd come down here, I always said the same thing. Like I said, it's a tough job. I worked for housing for a while. I got in on, I worked demolition. And anyway, I got in on 3 houses, 2 in Mel's Camp and 1 in Winter. So I kind of know that process. I helped demolition, then with the same crew, we did the renovation too. So I kind of know how it is. I mean, demolition, you guys tear everything out. Floors and the walls and put everything, you know, all new and different, you know, and there's different, you know, your washrooms, you take different sheetrock in them, you know, and the floors take, you know, different, you know, inch plywood or 3/4 inch, whatever you use. And sometimes they put double floors in, you know, and so it's really a big process you guys go through, and it takes a while to renovate one house, you know, and it's just, I know there's houses that are just, that have been sitting boarded up for years, you know, but man, it's tough to get to, you know, a lot of those things. So many emergencies come up, you know, and I always wanted to tell housing and you know, IHS to keep up the good work and try to hang in there, you know, and it's tough. I know you guys take a lot. I remember the clothing order woman was just, you know, got in a fight at Bowie's over kids' clothing one time. She used to sit in here, and I mean, it was terrible. She broke down a few times in here, you know, and that was one job at one time was really tough too, with those clothing orders. It's just, you know, I'm glad we got tribal members hanging in there, and you know, and so many times I know you guys get frustrated, you know, and it's hard to get things done, and you know, and Gregory Melch Camp's so far over there, you know, and workers clock in over here, they go over there, so they're not getting a full day's work over there, you know, getting a couple hours. They got to come back here before 5.
Well, we've got an Eastern crew now out of Winter who works our Elks Camp area.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, when you guys started doing that too, and, that worked out a little bit better. They get there a little bit earlier, but you know. So but anyway, thanks for doing what you guys do, and I know you don't hardly ever get, you know, any thanks. Everybody complains to you guys, and like I said, it's a tough job. IHS too. And there's other programs too that gets a lot of help. You know, we always got to take into consideration of how us Lakotas are, how we live. You know, we don't really take care of things that, you know, like we should. You know, or so it's a tough job anyway. But thanks Gary and your whole crew.
Thank you, Todd. I've been Steve.
My question was answered, but thank you, Gary, for coming down and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy.
Can I remain seated, please?
Just let me know when you're done.
I will. I won't take. No. Thank you. Hey, Gary, thanks for coming down. Some of the questions that I have, is first of all, you said that you guys have been out of compliance. I don't understand how you guys have been out of compliance on not increasing the rent. Maybe the over income tenant, you've been out of compliance?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, so another question I have is, how much are is your rent to the
Well, those ones vary out there.
2-bedroom, 3 bedrooms? What's the standard rent? Yeah.
USDA ones.
The tax credit, we haven't had any changes or changes to those either.
So what is the rent?
So right now, the going rent, the highest one out there is $130.
Is that on a 3-bedroom or?
They're all 3 bedrooms.
They're all 3 bedrooms? So you guys are shorting yourself money by not increasing the rent out there.
But that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and I don't think $50 is enough, because, so according to your, fair market rent for a 3-bedroom, the rent should be $12.92 a month. And right now it's only $4.30.
The only people that pay the fair market rent out there are the HUD-VASH people. Because if they qualify, if they're a veteran, and they get approved for the program, and they do the tax credit application, then, the 3-bedroom, then the rent is $1,300, and the VA pays for the whole $1,300
Yeah.
for the.
I understand that part, but just for the, specifically your USDA's, because, so if you charge the $12.92 for the fair market rent, then, they'll pay whatever they have to pay, and then your subsidy will increase, right?
For which one?
For the 3 bedrooms, for the USDA's. Just to answer
Yeah,
that one,
USDA.
the reason why they only want to go up like a minute amount is because we do have some people that are over income, especially like out in Wachosani, some in Situnga Village, and they are being charged like $700. And so, and they get no subsidy because of their income. Okay, so then that goes back to being unfair. So if you're gonna charge somebody who lives in a low rent, who is 80 and 100% over income, 30% of their income, adjusted gross income, that's still unfair. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying?
That no person could be charged any rent that's higher than the fair market rate for that minimum size.
I understand that, but I mean, what you guys are saying is that you're gonna be charging 30% of their income towards the rent. But you're only gonna charge the USDA individuals an extra $50.
Their income is calculated at 30%. USDA is 30%. HUD is 30% across the board. But right now, what we have in our system is 15%. And I did the research and found where when they set these ceiling rents of 50 and 100 and 150, when they set those, then they also said that they were going to charge 15% of the income. So currently, that's what it is now. But if it's 30, it's going to be a bigger chunk.
Okay, but, and just to add in there is that, those units are just for the very low income. And, especially for those ones, with the USDA ones, because if they go over no rent, that becomes an overage and it has to be returned back to the USDA people. Yeah. You guys end up paying that. So another question that I have is, according to what she said about the landlord-tenant code, that money should be going into escrow. But also in the landlord-tenant code for the state of South Dakota, if the tenant isn't, or if the landlord isn't fixing that unit, then they go ahead and they fix it after they made so many attempts to contact the landlord and get all that set up, and they fix it. Like, let's say they needed a stove or a fridge or there was a hole in the wall and they fixed it. That should be deducted off their rent. Does the tribes, I didn't get through the tribes landlord-tenant code, does it address that?
Well, what I said is out of the RST landlord-tenant code. It's resolution 86-153. And that's what's written in there. So, South Dakota, we refer to the tribal one.
Okay. So, and maybe we need to update our landlord-tenant code to include that if they fix their own units or whatever, that would be deducted off their rent or something. And then you brought up payroll deductions, because all tribal employees that live in SWA housing, do they have a payroll deduction set up?
Some of them do, but we did find a resolution. I can't remember what year that was from. And remember that resolution said that the tribal council back then even went as far, I think it was 84, 86, went so far as to say that IHS, BIA, the schools, and travel programs, everybody would do a payroll deduction if they had a house through SWA.
See, and I was asking that because I know in Pine Ridge they have a resolution, and all their entities, that's like one of the first payroll deductions that come out is their rent. So maybe that is something that, if, the secretary's office can possibly look up that resolution. Would that be a problem, Wayne, for us to start enforcing the rent based off that resolution?
Payroll deduction.
I gave a copy of it to that Josh Jordan. I gave a copy of it to him.
Okay. Because, a lot of people would love to live in a housing house and pay $100 a month for rent and have it maintenance. Because I own my home, but I have to pay for my own maintenance. But I did pay my rent to own stuff. Yeah, and free trash and whatever else it comes with. But, and then, let's see. So this will take effect January 1st, 2026. Okay. And this doesn't need to go back out to the communities. From my understanding, it shouldn't. You can give them notice, hey, we're increasing your rent, 30-day notice, and that's it. You can increase the rent. Is that correct?
Yeah, the only one that's required to give notice in the public comment period is USDA.
Okay.
You get a 20-day comment.
Okay. All right. And then what was my other question here? Your people that are over income, we have a program here called the 100 Homes Project. It seems like they make a lot of money and they can afford to pay a mortgage. I think you guys should probably maybe consider working with them to start financing a home. That way they'll eventually own it. And because I know that's in one of your guys's things with having the HOSDA is that if they're over income, you have to help them look for a home they will eventually own. And I don't know if you guys are going to create more homes for the home ownership program or if that's just going to go by the wayside.
Currently ready to bid out 8 units on the ownership program. But this opportunity that 100 Homes Project is given it for that price.
So they get paid.
Yeah.
Maybe they're unaware of it. Maybe someone like occupancy needs to go out to their tenants and say, hey, here's some programs that can work with you, that can help you finance a home, and work with them, educate them. That is something that I think you guys need to, because people would love to own their home, I'll reserve the rest of my time for later.
Sherry. Uh-oh. I have 2 pages, but they're small. Thank you guys for coming. How many units per month are being repaired? What are you averaging?
Right now, we have 11 construction crews under SWA and load. And we have ARPA, who has probably 4 crews working on our units. And we have contractors, and well, the other one's finished up. Oh, the only one left. It's finished up to job stands.
Gary, how long does it usually take to complete one of your orders? Like, there's like 10 on them, right?
Orders for.
Like the work orders? That's what you're asking, right? Like how many you complete in a month on average?
Yeah.
Well, there's renovation projects. It depends on what's in that scope of work. Some of them range, the health and safety grant we got, those range from $20,000 to $30,000. But some of them we gave to ARPA, those are all averaging $80,000. So those are units that are pretty well tore up.
But how long? Like from.
Can I raise your hand?
Sorry, okay, I'm sure.
Thank you for trying to help me. Yeah. So I was just asking, like, on an average, if you just calculated an average, how many houses per month are they completing?
We're probably turning over 25.
Per month?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That goes back to just as many as we move in, as many as moving out.
Okay. As far as inspections go, how many people work in, as inspectors, and how often is each SWA unit in?
We've been stuck at two for the longest time. We finally hired one here that started one. So we got three inspectors for construction.
Okay, construction only. What about just like a regular, like, inspection for,
Home inspection.
yeah, a home inspection?
We do that, occupancy does, health and safety inspections, that's what we call them.
Okay.
Because we're going into the home and, we're looking for health and safety issues like leaks and, wire damages or something that we could fix, that it is a safety issue and a health issue.
Okay. As far as, occupancy goes, when does occupancy step in for tenants when they get behind in rent? And what kind of programs do you offer to them?
Like I mentioned before, we have the Pay Forward program, and we send them notices every month, and we even have the delinquency amounts on there. But when this all changes with HOTMA, the big thing is HOTMA starting January 1st, 2026. So the staff just went through some training Monday and Tuesday for that. So we're gonna have to revise our leases and everything with that. And so our big goal is everything is gonna start on January 1st, where people are going by not, we haven't been doing the dwelling lease violations for people not paying their rent. And we haven't really been, like Gary said, going after them for non-payment of rent. So that's what we're gonna start. You don't pay your rent for, say, 3 months, you get a dwelling lease violation. And if you don't, we'll go all the way up to 3 dwelling lease violations. And then after that, we're gonna do a notice of lease termination. And so, that's where, and SWA, according to the attorney said that SWA is the only housing, she knows, tribal housing, that gives people 3 chances before they do a notice of lease termination.
Okay. So with that, how many people in occupancy are certified housing counselors through HUD?
Well, I supervise all of them and I'm certified. And I'm also a tax credit specialist too.
Okay. So as far as that housing certification with housing counseling, do you guys plan to implement any type of actual one-on-one housing counseling? Like if I'm behind, rather than just giving me a letter, scheduling a meeting with me and having me come up and sit with you and actually doing some housing counseling with me?
Well, we're in the process now of, I'm looking to change one of our positions into a tenant educator. And that person is gonna get, when we go out to the homes and somebody is like $10,000 behind, or somebody needs some extra help with the pay forward agreement, that they're gonna work with them. There'll be referrals that we do to this person to actually go to the home.
Okay. Right now, do you guys have any MOU or any relationship with Tatanka Funds or Lakota Funds to help move people towards home ownership, kind of like what Tammy was talking about? And also not just for moving them towards home ownership, but any of their like preventative maintenance courses that they offer, or financial literacy, budgeting. Do you guys have anything established with them?
Monica does work with them, and they
Just
have,
Lakota Funds?
yeah, and they have been to our administration up there to provide trainings, which are open to everybody, like the home education, and they advertise it when people can come in and I'll be a part of that too.
But you guys only work with Lakota Funds, right?
Yeah.
You guys aren't working with our own CDFI, Tatanka Funds?
I'm not sure what Monica
just-
has.
They just started, it's hard to get into the home buyer classes, so, well, sure, you can help with them. Hey, if we offer a conference room for any trainings and coordinate with them on any classes they want to do. And then we put it out just on public notice on our website and stuff like that, when those are gonna happen. On the radio.
Okay, that sounds good. Also, you were talking about having trouble finding people to help. Can you tell me how the construction internship through the South Dakota Native Homeownership Coalition has benefited SWA?
Yeah, actually, we've got some that's been hired on this year out of that program. Yeah. Hooked on that, we hired them on.
How many interns did you guys take on this last term? 10?
So five.
Just 5? And you retained all of them?
Yeah.
Okay. I think Lenny retained 2 from Tatanka funds. So that's pretty good. Okay. So 5 retained. Who sets up the escrow account? Earlier you were talking about, if I'm upset because you guys aren't fixing something in my house and, the lease states that I don't necessarily need to pay you, but I do need to make payments towards my rent in an escrow account.
That's in the landlord tenant code.
Okay.
And it says that, if the tenant is saying, you're not meeting my maintenance needs, then they have to put it in writing to us, notifying us that we're not gonna pay rent because you guys aren't meeting our maintenance needs. And then they have to set up an escrow account. And that's where they pay their rent every month, because it doesn't excuse them from not paying their rent. They have to set up an escrow account, so whenever the dispute is settled or, whenever they're satisfied, then they can pay that back into the rent.
Okay. And is that something that you could send out to, the tenants that are?
Yeah, because, and I know that we need to do that because a lot of them only know the first part of this paragraph that says if you fail to make repairs, then, then they say, I don't pay for my house anymore. And that's in the landlord tenant code because it says that I don't have to, but they fail to read the second part that says you have to set up an escrow account and pay your rent in there.
Thank you. For the CFO, do you think you could provide us with a P&L or income statement? It was, I've seen all the, numbers that you provided on page 1 and thank you for that. It's very eye-opening, to see how much the materials cost and I know that's also ordering in bulk because we all have the joke about the SWA floor that we have in here. But, you would think there would be a lot of cost savings with that. But it would be nice to know just what we get for SWA and what all the operational costs are. If you could give that to us, that would be much appreciated. And then also along with that, if you could give us another update on the AR report, the aging AR report. Not asking for tenant names, just numbers. How much is in arrears and how much is owed. And I think the last time you guys were here, you said average monthly income, if everybody paid, would have been around, did you guys say 187,000-ish?
I think it's like 108.
Okay, 108,000, something like that, on the monthly basis, okay. And then I have, how many insurance claims do we have a year?
I think actually pretty good for, this is our 4th year. We've only had 1.
Yeah, we came up with that, how would you call it, that program that we had so many house breaks at one time. And so that's what really drove our insurance cost up too. So, but we got off that program now, so we're doing pretty good the last couple of years.
Okay, that's good. 2 more questions, bear with me, council, and you guys. So what is the policy on moving people into a house when it's being renovated for an occupant? Because we've heard that somebody's on the list and they know their house is getting fixed and they're getting ready to move in, and then you guys repair it, wait for the inspectors, and in the meantime, it gets vandalized or something worse. So what is the policy there to remedy that issue?
Well, we have procedures for the move-in process.
They started at 85%, remember that?
All our contractors, we moved that, on our contractors' work, we moved that to 85% instead of 90 now. So we can start that process earlier. If there's no major work left inside to do, just some small stuff, and we'll start that process earlier. We also got some cameras, and start just sticking in these ones that have a lot of renovation work in it, $80,000 or more. We stick those cameras inside those units where we could start trying to catch these people who are breaking in and vandalizing.
Okay, so by 85%, you mean when the house is 85% complete,
Yeah.
the person on the waiting list can move in? Okay, that's good to know. And then the last question I had is regarding contractors. What kind of policies can be implemented to prevent the delays in opening bids and the final inspection so that contractors can be paid on timely matter?
Well, we really don't have a problem paying whenever they turn in their pay request. I don't think I ever heard any complaints on that. But, we're working with them. What was the first part of your question?
It was, what kind of policies could be implemented to prevent delays in opening and selecting bids?
We really don't have a problem opening them either. We just closed some last Friday and we're gonna open them tomorrow, so. One of them only got one bid, so we'll have to re-advertise on that one, but the other two we're gonna open them tomorrow. So,
Okay, I guess I did hear one complaint from a contractor just stating that due to some final inspection, they weren't able to get paid and they had a really hard time carrying their crew and starting the next job because SWA wasn't able to pay them because they were waiting for some small thing. And there was no propane in the tank for the house, so the house wasn't warm and then something else happened and it caused another delay in them getting paid. So, okay, or it might have been the electricity, I don't know, it was something though. I'll follow up with you though.
Maybe, yeah, maybe you could get some of them.
Thank you.
Real.
No
Thank you,
way,
Sherry.
they might get shunned. Their bid might get torn up next time, just kidding. Jerry. I know you wouldn't do that.
我也是照后盖来我也照好比看hektar来了cookie 来我也我好比给我也得来到一看hektar后哈大概呢给我这边大概呢我好比查hektar我跟他sneer England is Twitter England is ta sakok ta he woik cha o hapi cha le woik cha ki le o homni na ka ki he a komni tuat is tua ta sakap hata le khata le homni na ka ki na ikhacha we ana isami khacha we hekta kya ija ta komni hekta kya yuk chokte na oyate yuk chokte lo na he ta kochti le glohi yakha hekta kya ta komene le poch wokazu sta kochti vichakta zuki e hane he woyekta uchawa yakha Tako chuha mi kha hekta kya. Oyate ke nakhona kapi kha hekta kya. Hoch lela uskab na takochti le wansper chapi le. Takomene he tako shicha umpa me stakochti shicha oyat kapi hena. Mini shicha kicha is hekta kya le oyate ki khata okyu khapi cha hekta kya tagni was per chops ni cha he ogna le wangla koktelo na ha taku wichoy woye chugen te hena obkhache cha
Otebala, Beloya spoke to Lo. I want to say that as we go on and talk about housing issues and questions that we have, as a body sitting here, we are trusted by the Oyate to make decisions here, and if somebody dies while we're on here on this body, we're responsible for anything that happens to our tribal membership. We as a body, and that makes me uneasy. My mind and everything, the way I live my life, there's always a prayer, and our people are very Ushika. And Ushika, the way you think about it, Ushikapi, Albert Whitehead once stated that Umashike Hata, there's a need. Doesn't mean that you're dirty or that you have any kind of something wrong with you. Umashike means there's a need, and when it comes to housing, there's no homes, there's nothing to, I know people who live in paper shacks, and I know people who are real close to, when it's winter time, basically the tribe putting a foot to their throat, because you never know if they're going to wake up the next day. Maybe they have a space heater or things like this. When it comes to housing and when it comes to policy, here we're gonna I want to reflect on what was told about policy, and being told that out of compliance, and I know what I was told that during the COVID, that the tribes were given money, and that the COVID money, and I know there was CARES money and things like this, and when it comes to COVID and woke regime and things that all the departments have gotten those money, I was told then that when the government gives you money, Nakhmala, they're going to take something. Hey, we're going to because as a tribe, hey, there has to be a way that we study policy. So when I look at SWA, my questions are, is there a solicitor that reviews federal regs that are there? And the questions in my mind when it comes to federal grants or any kind of grants that are given to the tribe. I know there's solicitors when you live in a city, and it comes to how long your grass is or if your sidewalks are clean, things like this. Hell, you have to do that, or else you're gonna get fined. So hell, our people, there has to be some kind of a way to learn how to. When we talk about people that know about plumbing degree or electricity or any kind of sheetrock or and it damages homes. People don't know how to actually do a job. Homes get damaged, and so when I talk about housing, and I talk about the funding sources, and we talk about tribal membership, and I look at Ogallala, Thunder Valley. I know they took part of their housing funding. I don't know how they did it, but Nick Tilson, he started to build the Thunder Valley. One term I went over there and looked at the houses and there. So when we talk about Ogallala and their ways of housing, I know every res has issues, housing, but when I look at, housing, I know, I was here when, Amos Prue was here, and, Gary was at Tecro, and, so my questions are, that solicitor and also, from taking this job, the difference between, how have you seen Gary from, being at Tecro and coming to SWA, and what has went forward since your time at SWA? Hey, I remember we worked on the green energy at that time when you were at Tecro, and now I want to have you reflect because we're talking about policy, we're talking about SWA grants, and we're talking about and also when I look at the tribe and tribal workforce, and I look at the unemployment rate, feasibility, and I look at the tribal workforce, and you're asking support from this body, and me, when I decided to run, I know that when it comes to Oashiki, when it comes to jobs, it comes to workforce, and it comes to paying utility, and when it comes to paying electricity or propane or things like this, because there's a hike now, a hike with food. Wakali inked na hoch ogana snap kitchupikte slecha to ogana. We look at the price of insurance, which is tribal employee is takochte hena insurance ogana is a hektakia. Wokaja yikelo twa kuja hata okuja tibikta oyopina. Takochte, there's stuff that goes into that workforce, and it goes into working for the tribe, and those bills and cost of living increase. Now here we're gonna feasibility of paying guys. So is there anything that has been run like that within that rent increase? So here we're gonna, and then if there's any action on this, I would like a roll call vote. Hey, we're gonna chicken pick the law. So, Gloria Apollo.
Thank you, Ron. Do you have anything else? Gary? Any follow-up questions?
Okay, so I got some.
Tammy and Mike.
Sorry, I got some text messages. One of them is the waiting list. And the other one is about why lights are paid on one side of the village and the others are not. I think because what I said was one side is USDA, so that covers the utilities. The other side is a tax credit that doesn't cover utilities. Okay, so in regards to the waiting list, I've gotten a few complaints on that, whereas they submitted everything. They got called and said they're next in line on the waiting list, and then it comes down to something happened in their criminal background, and then the other one was so something happened in the criminal background, but it couldn't be proven, and there was nothing in the in the courts anything on this one individual. So because of that, this individual got denied being on the waiting list. And I believe that might have been resolved and it was worked out. I don't know, but that was just one complaint that I got. The other complaint that I got was the verification for income. That one right there, they didn't give her time or even notify her to say, hey, you're being selected. Is there any changes from your income that needs to be verified? So with that, they just bumped her. So,
I don't think that both of them would be even give people time to get an answer for somebody.
they actually did, well, now they're trying to put her somewhere else, but she was in line for the village.
So those ones have, income limits to watch.
And,
Admissions.
You mean for the USDA side or?
The USDA side, yes.
Okay, because, I think there was one I remember that happened just recently that, that's where they wanted it, but then they were over income for it. So they had to offer them something else where they could go and their income, they would meet income guidelines, because it's like 30%, they're very, very low, you know, that.
Yeah.
But, there's always a way that, and we do offer this to all tenants, have a dispute like that they can always file agreements, so we do that.
Okay, and something I kind of wanted to suggest is maybe, when you guys do educate your public, let them know that, you know, under the Nahaza and the HUD guidelines, that the tribes are the only ones that can set their rent so low that it's not offered anywhere else in the United States, just specifically to tribes. And that's how they get, you know, the $50 a month for bedroom size. Maybe they'll understand it a little bit better and that how it would benefit, you know, to increase that rent. Those are just basically the issues that, I wanted to mention last time, but I forgot. But yeah. That's it.
We've kind of went, even a few years back, we did a little survey of South Dakota tribes, and us and Yankton Sioux tribe were the lowest ones at $50 a bedroom.
Yep.
So, you know.
Because I think other places, the other second lowest would probably be $75 for one bedroom.
It's some higher than that.
Yep.
I mentioned it before, you know, Cheyenne River just went recently to fair market rent, you know.
And maybe, you know, you guys should educate the people and let them know that, you know, for one bedroom, the fair market rent is $840. For a 2-bedroom, it's $929. For a 3-bedroom, is $1,292. For a 4-bedroom, is $1,438, and so forth. You know, that maybe that's something that they also need to know. You know, say, hey, your rent, if possible, could be up this high. And because I believe that place in Mission, man, I mean, for a trailer house is over $900 already.
$1,000 over there.
Yeah.
It's one small bedroom.
And then there was something that Ben had mentioned, and now I can't remember because I forgot to write it down. But if I remember, I'll bring it up later. But I'm done.
Mike.
Yeah, I just had a question I wanted to ask, but I forgot. You know, it's my turn. Area medium income. What is, can you talk about, somebody explain that? How much is it and how's it determined, that sort of thing?
Okay, hold on. I knew I put it away, so you were gonna say that. Okay, so the 2025 median family income, and it comes off the HUD site, and we got it off of Kotak, you know, that they send around. Median income is $104,200.
And that's determined by who?
HUD.
HUD, okay.
Yeah. And so they have regulations that come out every year for the income guidelines. So for income rates are to be over income at 80% for one person. Your income has to be $58,352, which is high even, you know, for, you know.
The higher the area medium income is, the higher the rent's gonna be.
Yeah, it's that way nationally. This 104,000 is national.
Yeah. So given that, that's why I asked the question now. Our area here, is pretty, when it comes to wages, and I guess that's what medium income is, it's not really based on, private sector wages, based on federal, governmental, and institutional wages, which really don't represent, the economic situation on the reservation. And I would think that is particularly unfair to, that makes the rate, that medium income thing higher. And does that work to the disadvantage of, what I would refer to as our middle class, which really, in some other part of the, someplace else would be, considered,
Okay,
low income.
so there's an example here. Maybe you should have made a copy of this. Okay, if you have 4 people and to be considered over 100%, you have to be making 104,200, which we know that a lot of the people here on the reservation, because of the economy and the wages, they don't make near that much.
Yeah.
So this actually comes out helping us. So you can imagine the ones that we identified that are at 80 and that are at 100, they get a pretty good income. Like one of them was, like in my example here, one of them was $129,000 for 3 people. And so that 129,000, for 3 people on here, 80% is $75,024. So they're above that. 100% is $93,780. So they're above that 100% too. There's very few. We identified only 26 in total.
But as far as the rental rates are concerned, it only affects that segment of the economic population. It doesn't really in any way affect somebody making in actuality $40,000-$50,000 a year.
So I think what you're talking about there.
Makes any sense, but
okay, I think you're talking about the fair market rent.
yeah, whether or not that's fair for given the economic makeup of our
Okay,
area.
so the fair market rent is actually an average. So what we charge, what we could go by is to the highest fair market rent that we can charge. We get to use the highest in the 5-county area because we cover 5 counties here. So we have to go by that every year. We find which one is the highest.
And I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning whether or not HUD's method of calculation is really fair to reservation country in regards to medium average income.
Yeah. That's
I mean,
that's the rates we have. So
if the majority of our people who worked actually had jobs, works for the government or had institutional governmental jobs, wouldn't make any difference. But how many of our population work for the tribe or the government? Our institute, the school systems, who pay across the board a higher average than the private sector.
well,
And we don't have much of a private sector, I guess.
if you look at SWA here, they actually went and set a ceiling rent, which is a lot lower than these fair market rate, which was $50 a bedroom. Now that is too low, they said, because of inflation, because of prices of everything, that has increased, that we need to change it. And so then we went at $50 bed, to each bedroom size. So you go up, so like I was looking at the one where it was a family and he made according to his income and according to our calculations at 15%, then his rent would have been $508. But because we have it as a 4-bedroom now, would be $400. So his rent we'll go with the $400 one instead of the $508. So, that's how we did it. So that's even a big break right there, so they're getting a break on that as far as we can go, as low as we could go.
What I was really curious about is whether or not village network calculating, that average was really fair to where we live as opposed to Winter or Rapid City. But anyway, thank you.
We got Ben, Tobes, Tammy, Sharon, and Emily.
I guess for me, going back, the rent part of it, so I guess this clarification is that if you guys don't do this, then you will not be awarded the funding. Is that right? Kind of a deal?
USDA one.
Yeah, USDA one. Okay, so that's why this is being pushed as you want. So I just want to make sure our listeners are clear about what's going on here. So that way they think, they're raised everything. So, but anyway, the other thing is, if this was done, if it was something that was supposed to have been done, let's say back in 2002, I think is when you guys said that's when it was implemented first. Then all those subsequent years after that, if it was brought up all the time and there was still a ding on it, meaning that you're in violation all those years and back up to this part, what prevented you guys from acting on it then than now? But now they're threatening to pull the funding because you're not in compliance. I guess that's what we're getting at. So that's just my concern, because we've had so many entities right now that we're in violation of quite a bit of stuff, and we didn't know about it until later on after, we gotta push stuff. So now we are guys in the same boat. So we have several entities from different areas that were in violation of a lot of, I guess, things that they were supposed to be done either through the grant or, audits, things that affect, and we weren't aware of that. So it was really kind of frustrating when that we're going to come here to make sure we push this through right away, because otherwise we're going to lose our funding. And that's a norm, I think. Since I've been on council, it's a norm, and I don't like that. That's one of the things I would not, I guess, push something through like that, because it's kind of pushing our hand. So, and the people that are being affected is our tribal members. Tribal members, our communities, families. They're being affected by this change, and that's why I'm kind of concerned. That I'm glad you guys brought this up. It was, good. Todd, I think it's the only praise you guys for doing our stuff, which is great. We all volunteer to do this stuff, to get in these positions, and make these type of decisions. So what I'm hoping, and maybe down the road here, when you guys do actually come do your report, I would like to see possibly a report on this, of how many people were not affected, but again, I don't want names or anything. It's just basically numbers. That's what you gave us right here, is numbers. So how many houses? 105 houses, I think, is what it looks like. So what is that vary? I guess what is the pay or the salary increase for their pay or the rent? Where is that going to be affected? We have 20 communities here, well, except one. I think we got 19, I think. But so these are just things that I am curious, because again, as we move forward, we're going to have to start finding, and we are doing that. I think it was 100 homes. I think it was at one time here, but it's dropped down to 50. So we're trying to help our tribal members to get stable housing, stable dwelling for our community members, our tribal members. So this is a little frustrating for me. I'm just kind of shocked. Of course, I have tons of questions about, why. Why did this come up before? Why is it now? So those are just my concerns. And I hate to say it, because again, too, I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't want to say that, you guys doing your jobs, things like that. But these are just issues that need to be brought to our attention so we can prepare as we move in the future. Because it seems like it's already going to happen January 1st, 2026. You guys, it looks like you're already going to implement it. So now we have to go back and let our people know, our community members, our family members, or people who are involved in some of these houses, that it's going to change. And again, that formula that's going to come up again, I would like to see that probably sent to them also, individualized. You guys can do that possibly, to let them know what's going to change. And then, of course, maybe the understanding of why. I know Tammy brought that up about the education part of it. So that's kind of my, I guess, wanting to, this for that, for this issue, for this, bringing it here in a quick manner to say we have to do this, otherwise our funding is going to be done. My deal is saying, well, let them know, give them that at least, give us that, because then we're going to have to do it, otherwise we're going to lose that funding. So that's just my concern. So if I was to take anything out of this meeting right here, and your guys' report of just the rent going up, You are gonna come back with your, annual report, I think, too, so I would like to see that put in there also, so we have at least some clarification down the road. Because we already get some questions, and people are gonna be asking, and what's going on here, what's happening, are they raising up all our rent? And it's not, it wouldn't be just Nahazda, and it'd be everybody else. People living there, oh, they're raising our rent. So anyway, I just wanna make it clear, so that way we're aware of it, and we know what to relay to the public as time goes on, so. But those are just my concerns. A lot of things, I guess, that I was gonna bring up, had been answered. Again, just went around this rent, raising the rent part of it. Because again, we are here, we are elected by the people here to speak up on behalf of that. So, and then housing board, the same way too. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that it's clear, and I hope you guys are able to do that, give a report.
Can I answer that when you're saying the
Sure.
subsidy? We aren't in danger of losing subsidy. That's not what that thing was about. The USDA lady has to approve the budget. If she doesn't approve it, then we have to use the prior year's budget. So there was never anything where we're gonna lose it.
Okay.
And same thing for like the house, the stuff, we are in compliance. We've had our audits and they've been perfect for 3 years. So we're actually a low risk auditee now.
Okay.
And, the way that I understood it from the auditor is that 30% can be changed per the board's motions.
That was kind of the this or that type deal, the 50 or 15%, or 30% or the 15%. So that's just what I want to make clear, so that way we have an understanding. And again, too, it's really kind of frustrating for me when I've seen that from an entity that comes in to say, we gotta push this through because otherwise we're going to be, jeopardizing our funding. So I just want to make sure that, we are doing what we can to help alleviate some of those concerns. Again, of the rent being raised, why didn't we do this before? Because those are my concerns too on it. But so yeah, that's just all clear, and hopefully our listeners are able to understand that and be able to, I guess, adapt to it. Because we're gonna have to do the same thing too, and we're gonna have to adapt to it. But again, all these things that you're putting forward here, it's gonna help out down the road there. The other thing too is well, that's during the report. I'll do that during the report though. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Totes.
This doesn't, there's 2 questions here that were sent to me, but who does your background reviews? For people to go into the houses, because some of the people are saying that they're approved up to move in, and then all of a sudden they get a notice that, oh no, so your daughter or son has a felony record, they can't come in.
Oh, so we get state and tribal.
The initial background check lies with the Housing Information Office. They take all the applications, and so they do the background checks. So they're supposed to do the tribal and the state and the federal. So they're supposed to do all those and then get that processed, and then it's in a file. So they are the ones that, I don't know how, the gatekeepers of our organization up there, they take all the applications.
So if those gatekeepers tell one of our enrolled members that they're not allowed to move in because of the history of their daughter, and that individual goes to the courts and gets everything squared away, they bring it to the gatekeepers, are they allowed to move in then? Because some of them are saying they're not, even though they keep the information up there.
They can always file a grievance and get it heard.
Okay. And then what are you guys gonna do about your dogs? Holy buckets, we've had some, it was just brought up, they're only supposed to have 1 dog per unit. We just had a young gal, maybe a couple months ago or 3 months ago, she was attacked by 5 dogs. And they belong to one owner. And we gotta figure something out here, because she had to take rabies shots. But when you guys go ask them, oh no, those dogs don't belong to us, and then the police go down there, no, that they hide them in the house, or let's find our balance. That's why we need to really change our animal clinic or whatever the title is to start picking up these dogs too, because one of these times it's going to be detrimental, these dogs up here. But for the with some of these units, holy buckets, they've been boarded up for 30, 35 years. You know, that there shouldn't be no excuse for that. And remember, we're speaking on behalf of people. We're asking these things and stuff because it's what we're hearing from the people. You know, we have some that are saying they've had black mold in their homes for months, a year, and still nothing's been done. You know, do you guys have a tracking system or what's up with that? And you know, this here, this is why we have people go to Washington, and you guys should go to Washington. And I know our listeners frown upon travel, but you know what? When some of these ladies like Lisa, Michelle, Tammy, when they go to Washington, shit, we see their whole agenda, what they're doing. Share, we need people to go so they can change this formula from housing because it's not working for our people. It's not. So we need to go to DC and fight hard to get this formula changed so it fits the needs of our people. You know, this is really, it's not good for the people right now because some are, they're panicking because there's just different things being said here. So you really need to have more, just rather than just this afternoon, 2 or 3 hours with you guys, I think we need to sit at the table and have some really good discussions prior to things getting thrown at us. You know, when this was found out over a year ago, we should have all been sitting at the table trying to find the balance here, the reasoning. But we really do need to change the formula, and we do need to go to DC and fight for that formula to be changed because it doesn't fit our people. It doesn't, and it shows it's not working.
Yeah. You know, the Unihall region, not only Unihall, but all these regions, they've been trying to get this formula complete for years. It really benefits Southwest tribes, Alaska Natives. They got strong congressional people in those spots that don't want to change. So it's a fight up there on the hill. That's been this way for last 15, 20 years.
Well, you know, rather than just the Rosebud Sioux tribe going, why don't they'll check this out? Well, we have a meeting like we used to come together and we used to plan things. We should come together quarterly and discuss this as a whole so we can make these changes for the people. We really need to start voicing strong for the people for these changes, not only with housing, but with everything else too, the guidelines that are coming down for us.
Formula change and the reauthorization bill, Oh,
Thank you.
Tammy.
I forgot what I was going to say.
I got you down, Mike.
But in regards to what Ben was talking about earlier on the DC level, the rent rates and things like that, our rent is set by HUD. The rent rates are set by HUD. So maybe you need to go to DC and lobby them and change that for everybody there across the country because they're the ones that set that rate. And I think it would benefit not just us, but everybody else, if that's a possibility. And there was something else too. Man, I need to take better notes because I write it down and then when it's not my turn, then I forget what I'm supposed to say. I'll leave it at that.
Mike.
Yeah, Gary, related to the question that Totes asked about Washington lobbying, that's right. You mentioned Unihall. I'd forgotten about that. How effective are they? Are they active?
Yeah.
Do we
They're
participate?
probably one of the strongest ones across the United States, or in the tribes, you know.
Okay. And Unihall basically represents Nahasda tribal tribes that fall under Nahasda, right?
Yeah.
Basically, and Unihall represents what, the Denver region, if you will, or?
Yeah, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado.
And that includes our sister Sioux tribes, right?
Yeah.
Right. How active are they?
they're one, like I said, they're one of the strongest outspoken.
No, I mean that our tribal, Sioux tribal members in that, and you know, how active are we?
We're very active, you know, I was very active. You know, you go to their meetings, there's no problem, they were already getting the quorum, you know. We've got representatives from all tribes most of the time. You know, and, a lot of other regions, following up on what we do and jump on board to resolutions that we put forward to, NIAC, you know.
Do they generally meet in Denver?
Yeah.
Used to be Denver. But-
Yeah.
So, you know, for everybody's information, you know, there's a forum that we can attend, you know, and have a voice. I had another question, but I just,
There's a NIAC meeting down in Oklahoma, Grant, Oklahoma next month too.
Yeah.
So, you know, that, you know.
Might be good to share those meeting dates with a couple of people here. Those of us who might want to attend something like that.
I'll get it down to the secretary.
Darn, I had another question I was going to ask him.
We can come back, Mike. Sherry. And Emily, Wade, and Boyle.
I just want to
Get your travel papers out.
kind of express that when the tribe started talking about changing the Nahasda formula and started voicing our opinions, they created the Tribal Intergovernmental Advisory Committee. And Alaska has 4 representatives on there, and they outvoted us all the time. So in that platform, us advocating is not fair. And honestly, if you know the history of Alaska and how it became a part of the United States, I don't even think that their needs are so different. I don't even think that they should be involved in the funding that we get here. But I guess that's for another day. I do want to know, where are the funds coming from for the 8 new homeownerships you mentioned earlier? Okay. And then, when you have some data here, it says 805 total units. So is that occupied? Is there any vacancies in that? Is that your guys' total housing stock? Total stock. Okay, how many are occupied?
There's some that we have a vacancy list, and how many do we have on there now? I don't know, I'd say.
Well, how many houses are vacant? Yeah.
I don't have the report, but probably I'd say at least 100.
Okay,
Might be 80 to, somewhere between 80 to 100.
okay. So 80 to 100 vacant. And then, the 76 USDA are included in that 805?
Total units altogether is 900 and 972, I think it is. That's a tax credit and the USDA.
Okay, and then you say that we have 105 tenants at 0 income and 26 over income. Do we have, like any other medians of income that you guys can reference or give us for the remaining 600 and something houses? And the reason I'm asking is because you're asking us to make a decision on increasing rent. And we're getting a lot of people panicking, saying that the economy is bad right now. People don't have that much money. But if we know what kind of incomes people have that are in these houses, that could help us make a better decision. Even if it's like average, or if it's like so many that are 20,000, so many that are at 40,000, whatever you think, you know, if you could bring that information back to us, I think that'd be helpful in helping us make a decision. And then the last one that I had is, When houses are vacant, do you get any funding for them still, or?
Yeah, yeah, we still get the funding, but, you know, we only got, maybe 3 years to get that back on. Right?
And if it doesn't get repaired or opened back up in 3 years, then you stop getting the funding for that.
And we, this last couple grants, we picked out the oldest ones that sit and vacant the longest, so all of those units are vacant.
Okay, and, what path do you suggest that the council takes in order to try and, make a change so any new builds can be added to the formula?
Like if we lost one, we built a new rental unit, we could apply to get it back on the formula.
But that's only if you lost it.
Yeah.
And home ownerships don't count? And are home ownerships included in this 972 number? They are, okay. And their rent would not be affected because they're locked into a home ownership price? Okay, so could you kind of break some of this data down for us a little bit more? Because when I report to my community, I want to be able to answer all their questions. And, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Emily? Thank you. I'm gonna sit if that's okay. Sorry, no disrespect. Just real quick, I had a couple things. I wanted to mention something. Sherry mentioned TIAC. TIAC is really important, but she's very right. No matter how much our people advocate, or Sylvia is a really good advocate for all of our tribes, we are always outnumbered and always outvoted. Even this last Washington DC visit, even though we were actively engaged in the creation of the agenda, when the actual agenda came out, it was literally Oklahoma, Alaska, Oklahoma, or something like that. There was, because that's how overrepresented those areas are. So I just wanted to say that literally is needs some work there.
Emily, could I say, you know, we were at one of these meetings and there's a tribe from Marquette and the representative did say, even though our casino does good and we're making so much money, we're still entitled to this funding. So like, it's not a bunch of tribes like us that are sitting at the table. There's a lot of rich tribes there. Thank you, Emily. Sorry for impeding on your time.
No, you're fine. There is a lot of rich tribes. There's a lot of tribes next to Metropolis or big city areas that already have access to resources. And so their dollar resources get stretched a lot farther than, vice versa. They get to do more with what they have. Anyway, just to shift a little bit, my phone is getting blown up here. And so I just want to apologize to the people listening for all of the confusion. Just to clarify, this was a proposal that the board did not yet approve, but because of the things that Lisa explained about financially, we wanted to see what the options were like. At the time that this was presented to the board, there were so many unknowns around us. We just needed to know what options were out there. So just to let everybody know, this has not been passed yet. This has not been approved yet. And then to that point, when it originally was discussed at a board level, I feel one of the discussions that was had at the time, I think it was maybe the second or third discussion, was if we are going to be forced into having an increase, right? Because one of them, the USDA was kind of mandating that we did. At that time, it was presented to the board like we would use some type of fiscal, whether it's funding, whether it's the whatever, it was presented like that. So whether that was factual or not, I will apologize for stating that, but that's how it was presented to the board. Basically, if you do not do this, you'll remain out of compliance and that could jeopardize your other funding for all of your units. And that was how it was presented to the board. There's another thing that I wanted to say here. So back to the $50, whenever it came back to the $50 rent increase and knowing that we haven't done this historically and we need to value our homes and all that kind of stuff, along the same lines was trying to restore our roles and our pride in our people. And so for a lot of times people talk about handout, handout, handout. And so we thought maybe if we switch it a little bit and say, hey, $25 versus $0, that's something. If that's the minimum that you can add, you're giving something back to your people. We're changing the narrative from a handout to a hand up. They're not going to be able to ever make the full payment, but they're making something, some kind of contribution to the rent. And that was what I remember being the conversation about it. So for that to shift from having a minimal $50 increase to doubling our rent on our lowest income people is not what I thought was happening. So I just want to throw that out there. After seeing this in writing, the board did not get to see any of these breakdowns in writing like we have today. After seeing how it is doubling all of the rent for our lowest income people and our working class is only getting a $50 rent increase potentially, I just feel like that's, I don't know what the word is for that, but I just don't think it's fair. And I don't think it's the best time in our economic stance right now. I'm not saying we shouldn't have an increase. I just think doubling rent for the non-income people and giving a $50 increase for their working people is just a little bit lopsided. So I wanted to throw that out there that we still definitely have some things to work out. And there's something that Gary said that I don't know if everybody picked up on, but the rental increases for all the other things do not have to go through a public period or a comment period or approval like the USDA. So I feel like if we could focus on this USDA portion, really the one that is kind of the most mandating us to make change right now, it's a very small portion compared to the other ones. The way it was explained to me is some of them are getting subsidies, and so the subsidy could match that. So even if they did have to pay out of pocket, it wasn't going to be as much. And so if that's really what we're kind of feet to the fire on is that part, I wonder if we can focus on that and maybe leave some of the bigger rental increases until after we know what's going to go on with the shutdown, after we know what's going to go down with, you know, our world, those types of things. I just wanted to throw that out there as an option. Thank you.
Should make that a motion.
Yep.
If we're ready to end discussion, I can, but I just didn't know if people had more questions and stuff.
Okay. Wayne, Royal, Mike, and then Sherry.
Thank you. Gary, so I'm gonna say sitting. So the rent increase, there hasn't been one in 20 some years? What happened in, just never was enacted? Because this rent increase was actually proposed my first term on office in 17.
I wasn't here then, but there was.
Followed through?
Yeah.
It was a hot subject then.
Yeah.
It just never got followed through it. And so now we're 7 years later. Okay. That's why I thought it was on top of the original increase, and I was like, so we're increasing in 5 years? Okay. What is I want to get to the boarded up houses. What is like a attack plan for doing something to those? And then what does that look like in calendar time?
You know, we've been going after grants and getting some of them. And a lot of them have renovation work in them. So for the last 4 years, 5 years, we've been doing renovations outside of our own crews doing them. So we've, with these ARPA grant, ICDBG CARES grant, all of us have renovation work in them. So we've got extra people, contractors on top of our crews getting to those units. So we've been making a lot of headway on that. We brought that vacancy number down. We'll bring that in the next report. But like I said, there's a turnover rate of 1 people moving in versus 1 moving out. That's almost the equal number.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, I know there's some that are probably severely dilapidated that have been boarded up for at least 10 years.
Yeah.
But there are others, and I've witnessed 2 of them. One is in St. Francis and one is at Wachosani. They are not in bad shape, and they literally have no tenants in them. And you're going on one's a year or just over a year, and the other one's probably going on at least 2. And I mean, those are ones that really had very little to be done, and that's 2 more that were added to the original 90 that were like meth units or in that era of like 8 years ago.
Well, there's still as many meth houses, if not more, nowadays than there was back when it started 8 years ago.
I mean, are we looking at, like, do you have a budget where you can start kind of itemizing, we're going to do 20 this year, 10 next year?
Yeah, our plan says 44.
44 a year? Okay.
I think there's no assessment, so they don't really know how much.
Oh, we exceeded that last year, we got 78.
When?
Last year,
Last year you did 78. Those had to have been like renovations on some that were already being lived in. That's, I'm talking about the ones that are vacant. Yeah, totally vacant. Because those are not new housing then. So then you have people getting, I'm glad people got renovations because that led me to another question, you know, like a lot of people don't want to pay the rent if they're not able to get the renovations that they need. Like I know a woman that was literally, that is in this room, living in a housing house and 10 years had a work order in for and it's always the bathrooms, you know, because that's water damage and everything. Literally had a hole in the wall by the shower from a water problem, and then no one fixing it from housing, but yet it's not your house, and it's not, you can't go hire a private contractor to fix your own bathroom because it's not your bathroom. So how do we, how, you know what I'm talking about? How do we get to that kind of level? We're doing those types of renovations on a timely manner. Because if someone's going to be asking to get more rent charged to them, and yet they've had these requests, like another person that was on this council lived in a housing house, and this actually happened while I was at their house during my campaign of 2022. And she was literally saying, look at these houses. And my house has a bedroom that has black mold and a lot of water damage. And she said, housing is literally about ready to make me leave this house because of that water damage. And then I said, why is there water damage? And she said, I have no gutter. And I spoke to you about that house. And so you're going on basically 4 years and that house still doesn't have gutters on it. But while we're sitting there, there was a crew that was coming in. It was a housing crew, and that's all they were doing was installing gutters. And they were putting on them all these houses that were vacant in that community. And there was at least 3 houses vacant in there. And then there was other ones that were people were living in, and they were touching theirs and putting gutters on them. And to this day, they still don't have a gutter on their house. But that's what was causing the problem to their original structure. So, I mean, we need to, I think I would just say that I'd like you to really think about an attack plan on how we can start doing some of these different things, because if you're going to start raising the rent, you know, people are going to obviously be up in arms because they're not getting the service. If that does correlate to getting people hired and having a higher rent, then I think that something's got to be given to them to show them that we're going to do this many houses this long and have some sort of plan for that. Now, another thing you said to me, to the room here, you said that you were contracting ARPA construction?
We made a proposal to them back in when they got the ARPA funding. We made a $4 million proposal to them. $800,000 for the CCD cleaning stations and $3.2 million for renovations. That was accepted. So that's what they're doing now.
But I was unaware that ARPA was actually a company.
They got contracted.
They have contractors. I mean, they should be turning their contractors into you, but you should be advertising so those contractors can put forth a bid.
They do, they solicit all the bids from their contractors.
Madam Chair, you may have to look into that because I don't ever remember ARPA being a business.
Yeah.
Because that would mean that they're probably shortchanging their contractors because they're using it to make money. So please look into that, Mr. Chair. I don't mind it if the work's getting done, but I could see that that's going to cause a big problem on bids and contractors wanting to get those bids, tribal or non-tribal. Another one that I got questions on and messages, RST VFD, when will they be looking at getting paid for their fires that they've responded to over the years? They should have been coming out of insurance claims.
Paid them 6,000.
So far?
Yeah, and we paid them what they submitted, what they paid me.
Okay, Chief said that they weren't reimbursed yet, fully for what they submitted. So
We
they
had
can do it.
we had a meeting with them too, and we told them what we can pay per claim.
I'll look into it. That's it for me right now, thanks.
Royal.
Okay. I want to say, back in March, new DOI HUD partner aims to open federal lands for tribal and rural housing. Are you familiar with that, Gary? March, hang on. Yeah. So, when I look at DOI and Dakota or Scum, when the government, when they want to imply things on Daco Federal, our mind should be as a governing body, so when it comes to policy and we should probably try to go to a government consultation. I want to make a motion to have NASDA have a meeting with tribal council so that they can come down here and live and explain these policies that Trump 2025. So it looks like they're trying to come in on federal lands, tribal lands, and it looks like they're trying to go about sneaking in. I want NASDA to have a government-to-government consultation with this tribal body to explain to us and why and know how we live here. They're probably gonna freeze or SNAP benefits, things like this. I want the NASDA on that level, and if they don't respond, then we could go to another level, DOI, because there has to be answers within that. I'd like to make that motion for NASDA.
Motion by Royal to invite Nahasta to come to the council meeting for a government-to-government consultation.
No.
Would that include HUD?
You want to include HUD?
Yeah, it could include HUD.
I'll second. That's what I guess.
Who second? Oh, second. Chief second. Emily. Oh, Emily did? Emily seconded it. Any discussion? No, false question? All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting. Wade left for the day.
What? Wait, let's put it there.
No, yeah. Thank you.
12-0-0.
Thank you.
Motion passed.
Was it 1201? And then there's 13 of us.
Yeah,
Wayne left.
1201.
12-0-1.
For sure, yeah.
14.
Sherry.
Sure, so when,
Sherry.
when's that voting?
12-0-2. 12-0-2. 12-0-2.
Also,
They come in, huh?
I was asked, Sherry asked if I can bring a tribal member to bank
Oh.
council.
Colleen Feldman would like the floor. Is any opposition? Stand back there or up here?
I'm here, I came because I've had some housing issues, that I retired May 1st. And, for a while, it seemed like it was all downhill. But through no fault of the housing, all that happened to myself and my family, it's not their fault. They're only doing their job and abiding by the HUD policies. I have a degree from USD, and toward the end of my employment, I was making over 100,000 a year. So I was way over, and I've always lived in I just compound housing. At that time, my rent was 500 a month. And it was taken out of my pay, so I didn't have nothing to worry about. And when I retired, then, boy, I gave it a good try to get into tribal housing, but I just couldn't because even when I retired, I was over income. So I couldn't, even though I'm enrolled or in full blood, there was nothing anybody could do because there was the hard, like I said, the policy. So I came today to let the council know that it seems like when you have a college education and you try to better yourself, I myself have kids that I have to take care of. So that's why I made the sacrifices to go back to college and get my degree. But it seems like you're punished. You're punished for getting an education. You're punished for trying to, better yourself and your family. But anyway, all that said and done. But I came to thank Kathy Woodline and Lou for helping me get my extensions. I'm still on the compound waiting for my grandson's housing with the VA. He's also a college degree person and working more to get his bachelor's. But due to him going to down by Somalia in Africa and being around the burn pits, now he has to have surgery. So I'm an old nurse and I can take care of him. So we're just waiting for his house. But anyway, thank you folks too for all the encouragement and the guidance that you gave me. With this housing situation, there was times when I almost literally cried. I heard there was one time it was way below zero. And this father, this dad, and his little girl didn't have nowhere to go. So they stayed in someone's sweat and kept the fire going till it passed. That, I almost cried when I heard that. They're lucky to be alive, But, and there were some houses that I went into where it was literally falling apart. I just couldn't believe it. And some of my relatives' houses, the roof was caving in. It just was terrible. But yet, I had heard when the HUD came, then they took them to the best house and showed it to them. Gee, I thought. But anyway, I just came to say thank you for all the people that supported me. And I put in for one of those 100 houses things, and they capped it at 200,000. I think I could swing it, but when I went to try to get a house on my home site to SWA, they told me it was going to be 400,000. I said, wow, that takes 2 lifetimes to pay off. You know, I'll be dead in the ground by then, but that, like I said, it's not to their fault. They're only doing their job and doing the policy. So that's understandable. But, like I said, if any of you have any kids that are in college and trying to make a go of it, they're gonna really have a hard time because there's no help for them. I was lucky to get help from whoever, and I said prayers for them. But thank you for listening to me. I'm just glad to be here to express my thoughts and whatever. Oya mitaki e oyasi.
No.
Thank you both. Mike, Sherry, the folks.
Thank you. My question of, going back to page 2 of the handout, I'm probably gonna get asked questions back in my community is, what's this gonna cost me, this rent increase? So I'm looking at, this example here of where a 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom, 5 bedroom, and, a current, rent in parentheses and then the proposed increase. And I'm trying to, and I want to understand the relevance of that to, the people that are going to be asking me. And then I see where there's a sentence right below that, in the paragraph below that, SWA is considering whether to use 30% or 15% as has been used in the past. So can someone, that sounds like SWA hasn't decided on that yet. And what kind of an impact does that have on that table above, if any?
So can you answer
Well, the thing is right now in the policy, it is set at the 15th. That's why we kind of wanted that put in there. That's what it is right now in our policy.
Right.
But per the hazard regulations, they let us use 30. So now that would actually help a tenant. So like the example Rose gave, that your grandma's living in a 5 bedroom, she would be potentially looking at 500 if she went by the ceiling rate. But let's say she's only getting like SSI and then taking care of grandkids and everything, then it will be 30% of her income.
If you guys decide on the 30%.
Yeah, or it could also be
What if you decide on the 15%?
then it might be, then it would be lower.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
what I'm
it's
getting at.
gonna, so the rent's gonna be lower and she wouldn't have to pay the 500.
Yeah,
So where is SWA on that question? How
well,
who's
right now
gonna
the
make that
policy is
decision?
15. Right now the policy is 15, that's what's.
Right, I understand that, because I was one of the
So
ones
if
that
we
helped
use the
set that
we use
15%
the
back in the day.
15, it's only 15% of their total income.
Right.
15% of a dollar compared to 30% of a dollar.
Right.
So if the lower rate would be the 15, the rent would be lower. That was 30, then it's a third of their income.
Oh, so it's a lower rent because you only charge 15% of their income versus 30%.
Yeah, that's how
So
it
it'd
is.
be like 15 cents on a dollar versus 30 cents on a dollar that you pay.
And what determines where they fall there? I thought that's where I'm missing.
I think they're asking to move from 15 to 30, right? That's what we were proposing.
No, that's, HUD is saying that it has to be 30. But a while ago, back in, whenever they set the ceiling rates, then they set that rate at 15%.
Okay,
And
now-
Cheyenne River set theirs at 20%. So if the board or, if they decided they wanted to use the 15, then they can make that, we'll use the 15% rather than the 30.
Let me talk to the 15%. And I don't know if I'm accurate here or not, or whether this is still relevant. Back But back when the house that was initially put into law, okay, there was, terminology in there that, said that the tribes could set their own rates as opposed to the mandatory 30% rate, you know, that is still relevant, you know, in some federally subsidized projects. So we came up with a 15%. We decided to use the 15%. So I'm assuming that's still optional.
That's what we use
And
right
that's why
now.
you haven't decided. But that decision is going to make a significant impact on what we're talking about here. Relative to my constituents in St. Francis, we don't have any USDA units up there or anything. They're all low rent. You know, so, and then the other question I had is in this section that talks about over income tenants, you give an example of a family of 5 with 91,000 some, you know, and what that monthly payment might be and blah, blah, blah. So if somebody asked me, well, you know, we make, my husband makes $20 an hour, you know, that's $36,000 a year or something like that. And there's 5 of us in the family, you know, and we live in a 4-bedroom, you know, how much more am I going to be paying?
That example only pertains to somebody who's at 10% over the
Right.
income, or 80% over the income, or 100% over the income.
So what impact will it be at those below the 80% of this medium income number? And my example would be, you know, around 40,000. So it's,
If you're below 80%, you're in compliance according to income guidelines, and it wouldn't affect you.
So-
Like I said, we only have 26 that are at 80 or 100.
okay, so if I'm that family and we're making $40,000 a year, my rent's not going to change. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the
If
15%
your house stays at the 15%,
Yeah.
my rent's not going to change.
Yeah, if you're
Well, okay, that
15%.
answers my question then.
And then, of course,
So potentially, a lot of my clients may not be affected at all by this.
No, it'll go up, right?
Well, if you decide on the 15, that's what they're paying now.
No, it's gonna go up. 'Cause-
It'll
You
go
guys
up to
haven't
that.
decided that yet.
That 1, that 2, that 3, that 4. And so that's what I'm saying. My example was the grandma who lives in a 5-bedroom would pay $500 according to that ceiling, that $500 for a 5-bedroom. But she makes that her income is only $10,000 a year. So there's no way that she's going to be able to pay this whole 500. So that 15% of that income is what her rent is going to be. Yeah, so
It's not reasonable to charge her a 30% rate.
Yeah.
She should stay at the 15, you know, which I don't know if she pays that now, but, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that answers my questions.
Well,
So
that's
this
what
may
we
not
have.
be as traumatic for a lot of people as, you know, as we
Yeah.
may fear, you know.
It is.
Unless you're making,
That's only talking about a small portion. We're not talking about the 800 that are gonna double their rent.
800 people that make more than, say, 70, 80,000. I don't have
No,
sympathy
this is
for
a
people
low
that
rent.
make that kind of
The
money.
zero income would go from 0 to 50 or 50 to 100 or 150 to 300. So they'd
No,
be
zero
double
would
that.
always be
It's
zero.
not going to change at all.
Zero stays zero. Yeah.
Okay, I must have read that.
Zero stays zero. It's only by the bedroom, like 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. And so it won't affect everybody where if your income is very low, and you're not gonna pay that $500, you're gonna pay 15% of your income. And, but if it was, the 30%, that's a third of your income. So the 30 versus the 15.
And is it
And
based
currently
on,
we use 15.
is it based on adjusted income or actual income?
Adjusted.
Yeah, in other words, you take their salary and they're given,
Divided by, yeah.
they're
divided
given
by 12.
deductions for certain things, and then whatever that number is, that's the number, that's the percentage.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a calculation that's done to determine the rent.
Oh, you had like? Yep. I have totes in the 10.
Go on to the topic again. We talked about this earlier. You guys do your own pumping your own sewers, right? So you don't pay, water resources, anything. But you're gonna have to pay them something because, who maintenance is you're using the RST main lines to dump your waste. It goes through the manholes into the lagoons. They have to maintenance those. So are you guys paying them to do the maintenance after you guys do all your dumping? Are you guys paying water and sewer any kind of maintenance?
No.
They're keeping them updated? You guys should sit at the table and work something out. They're maintaining those lines for you guys still. They're not pumping the sewers, the septic tanks no more, but they're still maintaining the lines, and that takes time too.
Are you talking about that RST solid waste now charging? Is that what you're talking about? Page one? No?
No.
Oh, I see.
So, because they don't charge any private homeowner nothing to use the main lines.
You guys have it in your funding though, don't you? It's in your budget?
No. Our budget's tight.
Thank you.
You told Tammy.
All this talk kind of confused me a little bit. So basically, Rose, this is for you. Your one bedroom right now is $50.
Yeah.
Okay. Your 5 bedroom is $250, but it will increase to $500. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the grandmother who only gets $10,000 a month will multiply that by 15%, which comes to $1,500 divided by 12 is $125 a month for rent. But you got to take out their eligible deductions, their dependents, their childcare, and their medical costs. So that rent might not even be $125, right?
Yeah. Because you get an elderly deduction, you get a dependent deduction. If you are disabled, you get a deduction for that. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, the grandma that, where did Mike go? The grandma that would be paying right now $250 for a 5 bedroom, her rent would decrease.
Yeah, it will be,
But just, you know what, in the policy, it's already using the 15%, so she should already be paying the 125 now.
yeah. Because that's the way it's calculated
Yeah,
now.
and it has nothing to do with the ceiling, she wouldn't even have to worry about the ceiling because her rent's being calculated based upon the 15%.
Yeah,
Which is being practiced now.
Okay, so that's being practiced now. Okay, that's good to know. And the ones that are absolute zero income are not gonna pay rent at all. Okay, just the ones that are over the area median income.
Yes.
And that you can look up on HUD.gov. If you guys look that up, you can enter in your state, your county, and it'll give you a whole list of income guidelines by household and everything like that. And that's where you determine, and I believe that's what housing uses to determine whether or not they're eligible. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to put that out there for the people so that way they can a little bit understand, because I know when we sit here and we have these discussions, it gets a little bit confusing, because each step is always explained differently each time somebody stands up, and then there's more questions to follow. So I just wanted to clarify that and let everybody know that, at this time, if the rent, obviously you guys are using the 50%, so it's helping the grandparent out, bringing the rent down to a normally paying $250 down to $125. And if there's people out there that have absolutely no income, this isn't going to affect them. But I also want people to know too that, let's say I make $100,000 a year. because of these cuts or whatever that come forth, I get laid off, I get ripped. I can come in and do a rent adjustment with you guys. That might drop my rent down to 0. Or if, somebody moves out of my house, I can come in and do a rent adjustment with you guys, and that would drop my rent too. If I'm over.
If it takes their income off, if they have income,
Yeah,
and if you take them off, then that takes their income off.
yep, okay. But if they're still living with me and they lost their job, they don't have no income, that takes their income off anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, just to clarify that, because I know with all the discussions that we're having, there's a lot of confusion there. And I just wanted to clarify that in steps, so that way they can hear it and they'll know. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. You have anything in closing, Gary?
No, I don't think so.
I just want to say something real fast, because I think part of my confusion is what Tammy just said. So just since we went through all that now, could you explain out of the 1,000 or whatever we just said, if this proposal was approved right now, how many of those units would see a rate increase? But I think that's the real question. I know that's what I was confused on, what I was told at the board versus what I was told today. So just if we could clarify, if this proposal was approved today, how many tenants would see a rate increase out of pocket?
We have to
Look at individual.
Because we know 100 of them would stay at 0, so that's that. And we know the 14 and the 70 or whatever would potentially go beyond that. So that leaves like 700.
It's whoever is at the ceiling right now.
Okay. So there's no way to determine who would get the double
Well, there
rate.
would be, but they would probably have to see how many people are at the ceiling rate right now.
So is that some information? I think that maybe Sherry or somebody asked for more detailed information. Is that something we could get before a decision is made? Because I feel like we really need to understand what we're talking about and how many people it's going to affect. Because when it was told to us, it was really down, like, it's not going to affect that many people. Most of the people are going to get a subsidy increase, so it's going to, even out. And today, that's not what was said. So I just wanted to have some more clear numbers on exactly what our decision would be affecting.
Yeah, I think we need, there's some good discussion here. I think we need to take it back to the board with some more clarification, I guess. We could come up with those numbers, I guess.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think when we started off, it was just a request from council to support the rent increase. I think that's all it was, right? I mean, that's all you're asking to do is just to get that support, but I mean, you could still ask them to come back. I think so. That was my concern too, is to get more information, but I don't know how, I guess, time sensitive it is. I mean, I know the thing says it's going to start on January 1st if it goes through, but I don't know.
And I ask this, how many of you support the USDA going forward? That's the one that's gonna increase subsidies for us, and that's generally not out of pocket.
That one's only $50, and that's the one that can kind of get balanced off because then the subsidies would increase. So that's the one that I was a little worried more about because I thought it was all like that, sorry.
Also too, for those USDA ones, the SWA pays their light bills. So, they don't pay the light bill.
And then one thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, when we had that discussion, there were even the people that were over income in those units, they would still be getting cost savings by going this route versus having to pay the fair market value or something like that. And so I just wanted to, that part is right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Anything else, Mike?
Yeah, one more quick question, Dakota. On page 3 of 4, a comment from SWA is that the current rent revenue is approximately $700,000 a year right now, right? And the new rent structure would increase that amount to, more than double that, 1.5. Now, is that based on the 30% thing then?
It's based on the ceiling rates.
Based on what?
Ceiling rate, and also the ones that are over income.
Okay. So, given the example I gave you a while ago, the 15% is still, will or might still stay in place if the board decides to keep it at 15%. And that will not affect this 1.5 million anticipated. Because of the decision affecting that 50%. Does that make sense what I just said?
Yeah, it might a little bit.
Thank you.
Sherry, did you have any? Emily?
Sorry, I forgot to ask, how many USDA units are we talking about?
76?
76, thank you.
Anything further? Any action? Nope. Mike?
Little more detail on the USDA subsidies. What gets subsidized? Typical example of it.
Well, I mean, right now, out of 30 units out to the village, we're getting approximately like 3,500 a month. Same thing
I mean,
for.
if I'm living there and let's say I'm living there, what do you get for me if I'm average?
I'd probably say about
Joe.
200. About 200.
Okay, so, and that
It's increased
200
with 50.
affects the rate that, affects, subsidizes my monthly rental payment. Okay.
So if this one increases and still get more subsidy, right?
Right, yeah, if you raise the rate, the subsidy goes up, right?
And then
So it's really not a burden on the tenant for those people that are living in USDA.
except if they're over income, then
Well,
they
except-
might,
yeah.
then they might have to pay that percentage, but with the math, that's still a cost savings versus if they had to pay for fair market value somewhere.
Anything further?
Are we getting
So,
the numbers and things at the annual reporting, or when is that?
I didn't let me know.
in terms of,
They didn't give you a date. On our agenda today, it says annual reporting.
Kathy told me, we need to get this, this is down here before.
I know, grandson lives in converted.
Okay. Can we get that by our annual reporting, or would you like it before that?
Well, they're not even scheduled for annual reporting yet, so maybe whenever they have it done, we can let some know, and we can get it scheduled.
Yeah.
And council requested you to come down also on this day because we are getting calls from our own people who live in the city on Section 8 are getting kicked off and they're coming home and they're asking us, do you guys have a home for me? I'm bringing my family home. So that's why we requested you guys to come today. And then Madam Chair, Kathy, set it up for this. So breakdown in communication again. Thank you.
Anything further? Todd?
Need a motion to approve? Word? Just the informational.
Were you asking for any action today?
No, not asking for any action, we keep on our, see what kind of support we can get, But this is totally up to the board,
What does the board want to hear from us as far as?
Well, I just thought like if we had a motion today, I'm not saying we have to, but if we did have a motion supporting maybe the USDA part, it might help the conversation at the board level thinking, well, at least we don't have to worry about that going back to council and getting reversed or something. That was the only reason why I was asking if they wanted some kind of, because it doesn't sound like they need it, but I don't know.
Yeah, so you don't need any type of action, Gary?
Well, if you what, Emily's asking for a USDA motion.
I don't know if that's something the council wanted to do. I was just suggesting if that would be helpful or not for the next discussion at the board.
I'll second it.
What was, okay, repeat that one. Motion to,
If none's needed, we don't have to make a big deal out of it either.
Explain it to the people, because I bet.
If we would rather wait until we have more something in front of us to make a decision, I totally respect that as well. Because I'm one of the main ones asking for more information, so
Plus, then you might have another board meeting and bring something back too.
Yeah, so we could wait for
Okay.
that way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys for coming.
Withdraw my motion.
He said I'm not trying my second.
Write it down. It already died.
Hey, wait.
Motion by Sherry, second.
No.
Had that much finger. You guys get one? I gave them to Tabby. Sherry. When they did roll beforehand. When they did roll.
Sorry, not everybody wants to listen to how. Sorry.
When they go out, can I say something?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa.
Lighting up instead of clearing anything up, sorry.
Let's see. My house done yet, Gary? Is my house done yet? Yeah.
Their housing. It did. Hi, Wendy. Miss you.
That's not awesome. Hey.
You still throw darts? You still throw darts?
Yes, 30 years.
Wow, dang.
I knew you had me that one buff arm. This for our field buff.
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Today was a special meeting for the SWA rate increase, and then we do have some resolutions. Totes, and then Todd.
You know what, I want the listeners to know that this body has been attempting to have meetings, and we do have the authority to call those meetings. But we've just been pushed to the side. We're in crucial times right now. We should be planning almost every day, but we're not.
A good crew.
And our president needs to not be so on the defensive side and thinking that we're attacking her. We're voicing for the people because the people voted us in. And she needs to start informing us when she's going to be gone and the reason why. Because today is Wednesday, she was gone Monday, and she put a memo out saying she was going to be gone for the day. And on Facebook, people were sending us all these pictures where she was in Pine Ridge helping represent their tribe. When we're in a crisis here. We should declare a state of an emergency. And then today, or yesterday and today, she's still gone. And now she's sick. And we still didn't get a memo out of why she's gone. You know, that lack of communication right there. No transparency. And I also want to state that yesterday, no director has the right to close their program for lunch. Because I went to this program to pick up an application for an elder, and I saw a young couple walking away from there. And I went up, and the door was locked. I even knocked. There was a sign on the door that they were closed for lunch. There needs to be some disciplinary action done here. Not look for the people, not for our families, not for our friends. We work for the people. There's no accountability here. That's due to the lack of leadership. Thank you.
On Monday, I think that was Friday, Santi asked over in Ogallala, they were putting the groundbreaking for their new broadband, and their president came over for ours. So he had asked, I think we were in Wayne's office, if any representative would go over there. So that's it. She went over there to their groundbreaking for the broadband.
You see, that's a breakdown of communication there.
And we've made motion after motion on this floor and it's just set to the side. Like we're the governing body. You know, we've requested 2 or 3 times. They requested to see our travel. Holy buckets, our travel was out there in 15 minutes. We've made motions to see her travel and it hasn't even been produced yet. It's been over a year. Been over a year. And like I said earlier, any resolution or any information that this body passes and it goes to the secretary's office, anyone has a right to that information. Whether it has to do with the law enforcement, the hospital, childcare, animal clinic, we have a right to see all those resolutions, even job descriptions. And it's because we're being asked by the people. Thank you.
Maybe we could pick some dates for the charter reports.
Yeah.
And then the forestry director interviews, so kind of look through your calendars and see what good days for those. I have Todd, Michelle, and Tammy.
Are we was we gonna do this too, the forestry one?
Oh, we gotta pick a date for interviews.
Okay. Do we need a motion for that?
When, Todd? Council meeting next month?
Yeah.
Where's my calendar? Colts gave me one too.
That's where
November 12th and 13th, and the 26th of next month.
The 26th?
Council, yeah.
We have 2 holidays next month.
And is it just these 7 right here?
Well, then I handed out another sheet
Yeah,
that
I seen the other one.
did the qualifications, so it's up to you as a body if you want to go with that first 4. That's on this other sheet.
Yeah, they better.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the council meeting on the 26th?
Isn't that gonna be a Monday?
Yeah, that's the, I don't know if we get out early, but the next day
It's
is
the day, yeah, the
Thanksgiving.
next day is Thanksgiving.
Do they usually give admin half a day on that Wednesday?
No, I don't like giving admin leave.
Should I put you on the spot? I never give admin.
Speaking of that, you leave, no?
I think because of cutting wood, I think they're getting pretty busy over there right now. We should probably have a class over there.
Where? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, just whatever guide, what day would work out for everybody. I know there's some committee meetings that might be imperative that need to meet too. We could do it like the 11th or 14th, but that's a budget and finance.
Did you suggest the 7th, that we could get judiciary over at noon and then do interviews in the afternoon?
Or this one?
For the interviews
For the interviews?
Yeah. Yeah, the afternoon of the 7th.
Yeah.
It's a Friday?
Just cancel your dish.
I know.
It's a recording day. Oh, it is. That's the SU day. Shoot, you're right.
Thursday?
Just not this
Any day
minute.
this Friday.
We have to meet for government Thursday.
Go Thursday afternoon, because South Board's in the morning.
On the 6th?
Yeah, on the 6th.
That's what I chose.
Police commission. And list.
Oh, yeah.
I think that, somebody in there. Your list, whoever's next.
Oh, yeah.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Point of order. We're just,
I'm not sure if I'm correct here, but if this is a special meeting, are we limited to only the business that was stated agreed to call the special meeting? Is that in the ordinance?
I thought it was a recess meeting.
oh, it's a special meeting.
What?
Okay, well, I guess just for the record, which is it? I'm not sure.
Madam Secretary didn't have an agenda today.
I know I asked for clarification before we adjourned at the last meeting for exactly that reason, because there was different opinions on if we were recessing or if we were stopping and starting another one, because also last month we had stopped a meeting and we were supposed to reconvene on the 15th, or was that this month? Not even it was, and then we had to go do our training. And so some of us thought that meeting was gonna be today, and then others said, no, it's a special meeting just for the SWA and the
Housing or
house.
start.
So
I wasn't
so
here on
from the-
Thursday, but did you guys adjourn? Was there?
Well, we didn't do an agenda today, so that's why this morning when we
Yeah.
did not approve an agenda at all.
Yeah.
And so if we're gonna do
No
something, we
agenda.
should probably get a motion to allow us.
So it'd be recessed to today then, right?
As long as nobody objects, then I think,
Yeah,
It was
That's
recessed.
basically, I just wanted to have it on record that we're all in agreement, we can add it, because before
Okay, so
we got
Thursday-
all out of order when it wasn't on there.
Was recessed to today.
Which meeting?
The one on the 23rd, because we did get to our last part of the agenda, remember IHS? And I was like, we still need to this, that, and it was like, we can do that whenever we, yeah.
That's why I was wanting clarification, because I thought we were doing the previous meeting where we ended with IHS stuff.
Yeah, that's.
But that would have been that first
23rd.
meeting. of-
So Tammy, that one was from Thursday?
Yeah, this is October 22nd and October 23rd, and all we heard was the RST Attorney General report. We didn't get to any of our questions or anything.
Okay.
And we didn't adjourn, huh?
Yeah, we didn't
So
adjourn.
this is a recessed meeting to today?
Yes.
Okay. So we can go ahead and proceed with our,
Thank you for clarifying, because I was very confused.
okay. Todd, and then, so do you guys want to make a motion to schedule those for the 6th? The 6th or 7th? For the forestry interviews?
What day is the 7th one? Is that the judiciary?
It's a Friday, yeah.
So we'll just cancel?
These guys,
Mike, me and Wayne have SU that they can.
So.
On Friday, but any other day.
How long do you think you would need, like how many hours?
Well, health board is on, at 10 o'clock on Thursday.
I know,
We
but I'm
can do
asking
it
how many
Friday, we'll just,
hours do you need for interviews?
We'll just cancel our meeting.
But you three have a board of regents meeting, right?
At 1.
Yeah.
So if we did it, so if we did it in the morning,
Yeah.
Friday morning would be fine. But if it goes into the afternoon, then we might, or some of us. I would stay if they were going, so we
But some of
would.
the interviews get lengthy, especially if we do 4 of them.
Yeah, you see, our meeting is until 1 o'clock, so.
Friday at 9 would work great if you're canceling your meeting, but that's only if you cancel.
I'll make a motion to have, interviews Friday, November 7th, beginning at 9 AM. I'll say.
Or which one?
What day? For Fourth Street. What
I know.
The 7th, November 7th.
The recommended ones or the?
What about the record? We don't need to be at the IHS thing?
that's on Thursday, right?
Thursday,
Yeah. Tuesday and
You
Friday.
want all of them?
Wednesday,
For the rest of
Thursday, Friday?
Wednesday, Thursday, or Thursday?
Because Thursday is also the health board meeting that IHS finally agreed to come to. So that's why I didn't want to cancel health that.
So the IHS testimonies are on the 6th and the 7th.
Wednesday.
They're hosting those at the Venice building, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to be there for those, right?
Yeah. No, how that's what I believe that.
Yeah, and John Charles is working on transportation to give people rides there if they need it.
Did you get a second?
I haven't. Are we good to sit on that date?
The 7th?
The 7th at 9 AM. By Tammy, is there a second?
There, 9
By Sherry, question by Mike.
9 AM.
All in favor?
Remember, this is for the plan.
For the 4th, yeah.
It looked like it here.
Draw my motion again.
We have to pick Mike up.
13.
Opposed?
Transportation will be there.
Not really.
1.
13, 01, motion passed. Okay, I have Michelle, Tammy, Devastine, and Royal.
I don't know if Tammy got a motion in every morning. Just kidding. I just wanted to know if we can bring up the resolutions from judiciary.
Today?
Yeah, we have 4 of them that need to be passed. Are those them, Allison?
We have that one, and then we have the turkey resolution. And then, was there another one that you had that needed to go?
GLE resolution.
TLE, the drawdown.
Let's quit talking about it, let's get to it.
Yep. So Michelle, we'll put, let's go right into resolutions. Tammy, Evans, Bastine.
Yeah, let's reference that turkey one after Tammy.
Okay.
Really quick, I just wanted to say this, I'm gonna let the reiterate what Post had said, because I got a text message, how I'm gonna start with our Attorney General law firm. After looking down and actually going through his whole report, I have found that he was used against employees, yet we as a tribe do not have anyone to help them in their violations of rights and due process, and you can reference number 5 and number 8. The majority of the issues that are listed in that report were not approved by council, but requested by the president's office. And why was there a request on 1, 2, 12, and 10? We have a lobbyist and we have a cult. The other one is assist the tribal member in a personal matter, number 7, yet we can't assist other tribal members and employees in legal matters. The other one, the AG said they want to investigate before filing a lawsuit on IHS. Well, by the time it's investigated, IHS's so-called policy, we will continue to lose our tribal members and unborn children. I honestly think that we really do need to take some action. And if our law firm doesn't want to do it, then we should find somebody else. Because we do not have, we have no prenatal care there. And the other one that I wanted to say real quick was in regards to our Attorney General law firm, if we're going to make them available to just certain tribal members, we should make them available straight across the board, period. Because we have a lot of tribal employees who have had their rights to due process violated. And we have, I also want that, what is that office called? Civil Rights Office up and going. And I know there's a budget there, Mike said we can't afford it, but hey, you know what? If we don't get that up and going, members are continually being retaliated against, they're not getting their day to talk. And I don't agree with that, and neither are some of our tribal members, along with employees. We got personnel matters that have never been heard, we got complaints out there, and as it is, people don't even want to complain anymore, they don't want to report anything anymore because they're not protected by the laws that this council has put in place to protect them. Our grievance process is flawed. In the ordinance, it says that there's no room for continuances, yada, yada. So if you have an employee who wants to continue a grievance, that's not allowed. But if you have a director or an attorney stepping in on behalf of the director wanting to continue that grievance, things like that really need to stop. Our morale is down, period. So make a motion for Wayne to let us know exactly how much is set aside for the Civil Rights Office and where that stands right now in the development of it.
I've never seen a budget.
But you said you had one last time, there was money set aside, and Kathy said,
Not me,
we're working on it.
not me. I've never seen a budget. The office been talked about a long time, but no one's ever said to me, gonna be a budget.
Can you put a budget together for us?
You have to tell me what all it's gonna do, yeah.
But, well,
You have somebody work with me and I'll help you with the budget,
okay.
but I'm not a lawyer. Okay?
Can,
I will help you with the budget.
Russell, I know back when you were on council, you had made that motion, and was it to have the Attorney General do the budget and set up that civil rights?
Right.
Attorney General's office?
Yeah, it was supposed to be done by the administration.
Okay.
It would be under the auspices of the Attorney General to get it kick-started. And we were looking at allocating about 100,000 to that office.
Can we call Rose Corner in here? I believe she had a part to play in that, and there was a budget and a setup for that.
Ben, do you want to see if she's in her office? Rose Corder? If not, you may have to take it back to governmental affairs.
But he made the motion, and it's been talked about.
But at committee level, it could be developed there
Okay.
with the budget and everything and then brought back.
Okay,
Okay.
so.
And then if Rose has all that information too.
Okay.
I didn't know she had that information.
Yeah, until he comes back in, I got a text message addressing, the public being in the dark and no public address on any time from the president's office. The welfare of our tribe during the shutdown that put off of SNAP, MEAP, how long can the tribe cover these, and the administration in these cuts that are. That was just something I wanted to not blown up over the weekend. And no, because we don't know. We're kept in the dark. We don't know. And that is that is about it, but, and then I know, I was informed by another council rep that there was a phone call with the Pope on Friday. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay, I was informed, but the council rep was informed. Maybe they can elaborate if they want to get up and talk about it, but I'm not gonna mention which council rep. So, alright.
That might not be looking.
I know. I want the budget, the budget.
Did you guys want to address that at governmental affairs and bring something back? Okay.
Okay.
And then if you have the budget, you can work with Wayne to.
$181,000.
Okay, so we'll address that forward to council.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Royal.
Yeah, it is, just a few things. This is a special meeting and then, I still had some comments and, that I wanted to say before we move on from the NASDA. So, just real briefly, I want to say, while we talk, when it comes to treaty, real briefly, the government, when, in those, trust responsibility, it didn't say they're gonna put us on reservations and have us, paying rent to, SWA. It doesn't say that in the treaties. So my whole, take was, that level and, following that, on that level, NASDA, and if they don't come and address the council, then we could, write something where we can take it to Congress and to the Hill, and then we could tell them that, hey, we want to repeal NASDA because it's not working for our people. And how we can prove that is maybe hire a film crew and have tribal members volunteer to show, because Congress, they're not just going to look at a paper and say, hey, it sucks on the res. Okay. But if we have something out there that people can see, hear, and they see how our conditions are here, things like this, it has to come from maybe a bill to the state or federal to maybe when we look at the Black Hills and we look at the tourism that they get, billions, and then we look at how much money is allocated to reservations. It'd be more to have a bill in the state or federal government to give the 9 tribes billions, rather than have those small numbers, allocations come here, which don't meet our needs. So thinking on that level and then following that pathway where we requested consultation, because NASDA, as we all know, don't work for our tribal members. And in the treaties, we never agreed to be put on reservations and agreed to pay rent to SWA. That wasn't in the treaties. So we got to understand that here Woyukchaki, as tribes, no matter what Oglala or Shine River or whoever, Dorkash, Ichuku, Mahata, they got to know that NASDA, whoever put it together, they never knew what it meant to be on a reservation, what we go through, poverty, so even to repeal NASDA or even develop a plan to give the tribe money when you turn 18, give you a house. Now, there has to be some way that I want to say those so that we kind of get an understanding that their sovereignty na dako chuam hata woyikta hogana oyate hogana. I just want to say that. Play up alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Royal. Totes and then Sherry.
Madam Chair, did you ever get a what was the legal opinion? Can you tell us for our meetings?
I did get one from Blake and I will email it off to you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Sherry, you didn't have your hand? Okay, let's go into resolutions. Huh? Bye. We'll start with the turkeys.
Bring that on.
Motion for emergency legislation by Bostine, seconded by Totes. Question by Mike. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
One.
Motion to approve resolution number 2025-266. Motion by Mike. Is there a second? By Todd. Go ahead and read it in.
Start with a 6 whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Community Service awards the bid to Scotty's Ranchland Food to provide 2,500 12 to 15 pound turkeys in the amount of $33,750. And whereas Scotty's Ranchland will deliver holiday turkeys to the RST Community Service Warehouse no later than November 19th, 2025. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council appropriates $33,750 budgeted for the purchase of turkeys from Scotty's Ranchland Foods to be distributed equally to all tribal member households.
Any discussion?
I will second, but I'd like to offer an amendment to that word appropriate to authorizes.
Which?
In the last, therefore be resolved.
Authorized.
Are the funds already appropriated?
Yes.
Right? Now we just need to authorize them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
As amended, is that fine?
Otherwise, you're gonna cause a constitutional dilemma for Wayne up there.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. As amended, any more discussion? Call for the question. Todd, you already seconded it. Mike, you already.
Yeah.
So that question by Emily. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
One.
Who's the one? Oh, Michelle. 0.
Council, what I passed out to you is a resolution from TLE, and a request of $2.5 million drawdown that goes into the operating account. $1.5 million is to GLE for the operating, $1 million is to GLE for the operating, and $1.5 million is for our dividends for last year, the rest of our dividends.
Motion for emergency legislation by Todd. Second. Votes. Question. Question for emergency, Emily. All in favor?
Eleven.
11. Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
One.
Motion to approve, it'll be 267. Motion by Emily, seconded by Todd. Go ahead and read it in.
Motion to approve 2025-267?
Yes.
Do I have to wait for a second or just read?
Oh, Todd already seconded.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Ready for the reading.
Okay. Stop, huh? Whereas the Tribal Land Enterprise currently has funds on deposits with the Bureau of Trust Fund Management, and these funds are on Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land Enterprise Certificate Land Purchase Account number PL 7299709, and whereas the following action was taken by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council on October 29th, approving the drawdown of funds from the proceeds of labor account number PL 7399709 in the amount of $2.5 million. The purpose of these fund transfer is so money may be transferred to Wells Fargo Bank, where TLE has their checking account for general operating as needed. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is in accordance with Article 4, hereby authorizes the chairman and vice chairman of the Tribal Land Enterprise Board of director's signature authority on all financial transactions and withdrawals as required by 25 CFR Part 115.815 pertaining to this drawdown. Now be it further resolved that the tribal council authorizes officials identified above to spend such funds as specified in this resolution.
As amended to include the date on the last whereas. Any discussion? Call for the question. Mike, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting. 11 zeros. Michelle.
Madam Chair? If I could, I would, who's on the TV board?
Yes, and also I just got in trouble because TLE had to reschedule their meeting to the 7th because of the holiday and we weren't supposed to pick up that day. So I don't know if we could revisit that, sorry.
Well, you guys have board of regents also, so we could ask TLE chair to reconsider another day.
Sit on outside.
Anyway, is TLE, currently planning to purchase any land? That you're aware of, we've been in discussion.
So the last questions that we've had, based on some of your comments where we wanted to them to kind of have a priority checklist to make sure, like, does it check off, why are we even buying this?
Large purchases,
location?
I'm
Yeah.
fine with.
So they are still actively, and people will send in like, hey, we saw this in the paper, hey, we saw this on Facebook. And so they do, but they kind of do research first to see, is it viable, is it economically sound, so they make those type of things before they bring it to us.
Now, with that, I'd like to propose a motion if I could, requesting that TLE cease any large land purchases for the next 12 months. And the reason I'm bringing this to the floor is we don't, because of the uncertainty, of our financial future, as far as the government's concerned, I think it would be a prudent thing to do.
Ask for clarification, would you be willing to put an amount, like instead of just saying large land purchase, so we have a gauge what you mean by large?
Anything that requires them to borrow money.
Any purchase that requires to borrow money?
Yeah. Any purchase that requires financing.
I just want clarification. Thank you.
Okay, motion by Mike to require TLE to cease any large.
We can't require them, request.
Or request, I'm sorry, I've had my, to request that TLE cease all large land purchases, which requires them to borrow any money for the next 12 months. Motion by Mike, is there a second? By Ben. Question? Rod? All in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
1.
Thank you.
Okay, the next resolution we had. Is it this one?
I have one more if you don't mind. This one is just an amendment. On an indirect cost rate. We consider amend this resolution, and it's just one therefore be resolved, and one whereas to change from 2025 to 2026.
Just to change the date in those two spots?
Yeah, to change the date in those two spots. And we'll vote.
Reconsider. Yep.
This is the resolution that adopts our indirect cost rate last year, and I'm going to use the same one for this year. So we'll just change the dates from 2025 to 2026.
Indirect cost?
Yeah.
We have a motion to reconsider and amend 2025-13.
I'll move, Madam Chair.
Motion by Mike, Second. By Marion. Oh, I still want
Yeah, she's gone.
Question. By Emily.
I have a question, Bill.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are we reconsidering and amending, or are we doing a whole new resolution with a new number
No, just reconsidering and amending this resolution number 13.
for fiscal year 25?
Yeah. Any other discussion? Call for the question. Todd. All in favor?
Change the date, that's all.
See on the second to the last whereas, where it says year 2025, change that. to 2026.
Okay.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
And Emily also on the therefore be it resolved at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more resolutions?
Johnson, there were 4 judiciaries out there.
Right here.
I have one for, another one for social services.
Is that for the funeral payment?
Yes.
Okay,
Need to get that.
you have the copies?
There should be
They're in the
there, but let's.
folders? Okay. Yeah.
I'll go with you.
He said we buy it. Yeah.
11 acres. Well, yeah. 80 acres, big, fractionated rural.
Thank you. Lisa, are we getting to all resolutions? Because I know I got several, but I didn't bring them up because they're gonna take a while.
I just have one from social services that needs to.
Okay.
Go through real quick.
She just left.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the resolution.
We got it.
A resolution and then for committee? The tax. Yeah.
Should we like have committee with her in case there's questions? Or the judiciary ones?
I'll let you do yours first.
There's one in social services for reconsider amendment. Community. Marked in red.
Ben, can you get our folders? My folder's in front of you, and then the secretary has one.
So it looks like there's only 2 of them in here, right?
Yeah, this is the main one.
Oh,
This is compared.
oh, okay, that's
What
probably,
is red?
there's no red on mine, but I think it's this one.
Oh, yeah.
So you only
It's
want
right
to
back.
this one?
It's 2025-61,
Oh, I know, mine's not red, but I think it's the same one.
right?
Yeah, 2015, 61.
It's in there, it just wasn't red, so that's why I was wondering.
So it looks like the amendments are stricken out, and then the amendments are in red.
In the social services, there's a bunch of papers in there, and the last 2 papers are this amended.
Oh, there's several over here.
Yeah.
But I could just take it out of that one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a first one, but it's not that first one, it's the ones in the back. Because we don't have enough funding, so we're lowering that amount?
No, we're raising that
Oh, we're raising it.
because of all the funeral homes going up in costs.
Oh, I just saw here that it's crossed out 25 to 55 and then it's changed it to 25 to 38.
Yeah, and council, you might want to take into consideration too, when we approved our budgets for FY '26, budget and finance, Mike, I think you guys reduced social services funding.
Yeah.
So with this amendment raising the funeral home amounts, you may need to have to put more funding into their line item.
Yeah, we'll look at that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll look at that.
Need a motion to reconsider and amend 2015-61.
I guess I'm just confused on what we're amending. Because it sounded like it needed to increase, but we're crossing out 5,500 and replacing it by
Yeah, that last whereas.
4,000.
Yeah.
I think they were gonna go to 5,500, but they moved it to.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I thought we were
So
increasing
that was
it.
never, I don't think that 55 was ever in there. It was,
But
it was a 3,800.
But that's the proposed changes, is they're crossing out things and adding things. So they're crossing out what was already there. So what was there was amount of 2,500 to 5,500.
Yeah.
And then we're changing that to 3,800. So I'm just asking, if the intention was to increase it, why are we decreasing it? Or are we decreasing it because their budget got decreased, so now they can't help as many people?
No, this was before the budgets even came in.
Okay, so then it doesn't make sense to me. If somebody can explain it, sorry.
Well, there seems to be a conflict between the 4,000 and the 3,800.
I know between those two even have a conflict, but then between the, what was crossed out to what we're saying.
Get her on the phone.
Yeah.
So the 3,800.
Hey, go back.
Okay. So the 3,800 is the 2,500 and the 1,300 together.
That was never enacted by prior directors.
Did you hear that?
What's that?
She said it's prior language that was never enacted by prior directors.
Still doesn't say anything.
The 5,500? Wilda?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess the question is, are we moving
They
from,
changed it from 25 to 5,500. No one ever, Cindy never acted on that specific resolution, so I'm just changing the language of it.
so we're reducing it down to 4,000 rather than 5,500? Okay, so she is reducing it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure,
Yes,
okay.
because that's what I budgeted for last year and this year. But of course, this year got cut, but that's what I had planned budgeted, 4,000.
Okay. And Mike Bolton, sure they'll revisit that on your budget.
Okay.
Okay, put Mike on the spot. Any more questions for Wilda?
But if she was funded at 5,500 and she's lowering it to 4,000, then.
I don't remember what the,
I think she was funded at that,
what
right?
the amount we used. It was, the amount we used was what was current at the time we were looking at it.
And that would be 2,500 to 5,500, according to this resolution.
That could be.
Those were previous budgets.
Well, Wayne, when we were doing the budget, burial assistance number, what was it?
For what?
The burial assistance number.
What was it?
Social service, yeah, when we were doing the budget.
Well, it was for 2,500, but she was gonna increase it to 4,000.
Okay, so we used the 4,000 number?
Yeah,
Okay, so we're good.
we're good.
So we weren't following this resolution that said 5,500?
That's what she said. The prior directors never followed this resolution. Because
Actually, when you approved the budget, you approved this resolution.
this resolution's from 2015.
So she's just amending it to match her budget?
Yeah.
That was approved.
Yeah.
Thank you, that makes a lot more
Well,
sense.
you're not, are you amending it to match your budget?
Yeah, that's what they just said.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Any
thank you.
more questions for?
No, thank you for that
Okay.
clarification. I
The
was
turkeys were approved also.
Your turkeys were approved also.
Okay, see now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, motion to reconsider and amend by Emily. Second.
Yeah.
Votes.
I just want to be clear, I'm not lowering it. We're actually increasing it.
Increasing it
because we
to
never
30, yeah.
increased that. Okay.
We're increasing it to-
It just originally looked like we were decreasing from 5,500 to 4,000.
Appropriated the money, now
Okay.
we're authorizing.
Thank you.
Call for the question. Ben. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Motion passed. Okay, judiciary. Judish. Oh, Michelle left. Who else is on judiciary? Cowboy?
Oh, on the spot again.
Both are you on judiciary?
Yeah.
Did you see that one? Not in the other one?
There's three.
I gotta deal with Wayne on that. Oh,
Got what?
save that one later.
The other one? Okay,
Yeah. I gotta talk to Wayne about that.
okay. I'm just gonna keep it in this. So the other one from social services, they said just keep it in your folder, we're not gonna. And they handed out this packet, and then you want your judiciary ones together?
Just was 268? Yeah.
Sorry, that one. Yep.
And then that would be good. So that's an appellate justice contract. Would be a motion for emergency legislation. Motion by Ben. Second. By Mike. Call for the question. Todd. All in favor?
Yeah.
And 11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Okay, need a motion to approve 2025-268. Motion by Ben.
We don't have a quorum.
I don't know.
Where do we?
Yeah.
Should I start at third?
Wait. Motion by Ben. I need a second. Oh, did you second it? Yeah. Okay, now it's ready to be read in.
I'll start at the third, whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is responsible for handling all criminal matters, adult and juvenile, within the criminal and civil jurisdiction of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. The RST courts are responsible for all legal hearings and other matters until the criminal or civil cases have been adjudicated. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribal courts, through the Rosebud Sioux tribe's constitution, also provides all appellate court for defendants and or tribal members for seeking another opinion on criminal or civil decisions in the RST courts. And whereas the RST courts, through contract, provide judges, associate judges, magistrate, associate judges, and or appellate judges to decide the merits of cases that come before them, who are paid in accordance with duly executed contracts approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the request of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court for approval of the provided appellate justice contract for a period of 5 years for Frank Mamershine. And be it finally resolved, and that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or her designee to sign all pertinent documents thereof. Instead of his, her.
As amended.
We go 5 years?
Yeah. These are like our Supreme Court justices. They've been up there for quite a while, so. Any more discussion?
Well, you can.
Right, pretty slim pickings out there.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question. So this person's worked here before, they're vetted?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assumed that, but I couldn't make sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think he's been on the Supreme Court justice for quite a while, so.
It sounds on paper, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
I'll call for the question. Todd. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion passed. Okay, the next one. Yeah. Is for Associate Judge Charles Alvarez.
Same thing, just a different person, right?
Yeah.
Motion
So I have to
for-
read the whole thing in?
Motion for emergency legislation. We could waive the reading. if you want.
Okay. and just-
Motion for emergency. By Totes. Second. Marion. Question. Mike. All in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Okay, motion to approve resolution number 2025-269. Motion by Mike. Second. Marion. Ready for the reading, or did you want to waive the reading?
I will state the purpose of this resolution is to employ Charles Averest and appoint him to our appeals court.
For 5 years.
For 5 years.
Any discussion? No. Just call for the question. Votes. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried.
Same thing on this next one, Madam Chair.
Okay, motion for emergency legislation by Totes. Second. Todd. Question. Stanley. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
And this is number 270. Motion to approve resolution number 2025-270.
And
Totes?
Yeah.
Second. 5. And we'll waive the reading.
Yep, waive the reading and a 5-year period for Thomas E. Simmons.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Ben. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried. The next one, is the same. Motion for emergency legislation by Totes. Second. Marion. Question, Emily. All in favor?
1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
1.
Passed. We need a motion to approve resolution number 2025-271.
I'll do, it's 271. Same thing again, do a period of 5 years for Brett Lee Shelton. As amended on all of them, because it says tribal president or his designee, to just move it to her.
We got a second. Todd. Votes made the motion to approve.
Yep.
Call for the question. Ben. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Is that all of them?
Is there more?
We're gonna do that social service one, talk to Wayne, and Wayne's gonna read it in and explain.
Yeah.
The one in our folder?
Yeah, it's the one in the folder.
I remember we did that. PBSF?
Yeah. Council did this resolution normally would not have to be passed because it's just a small contract for $1,150. But it's for a company that does their fire suppression out there and the sole source of the one that does it. But the reason why we need a resolution is because the contract requires a waiver of sovereign immunity. Now, Eric looked it over and the waiver is all fine. They agreed to tribal court and all that stuff. But the only one that can waive sovereign immunity is the tribal council. That's why the resolution is important here.
Motion for emergency. I told second. Marianne. Question. Ben. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried. We need a motion to approve 2025-272. Second. Hearing.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the second page. Whereas the quote requires the tribe to choose binding arbitration in accordance with the Construction Industry Arbitration Rules of America, arbitration then in effect. Each party waives the right to be heard in a court of law with or without a jury. An award entered to an arbitration agreement shall be final, and judgment may be entered upon it in accordance with the applicable law in any court having jurisdiction. It is mutually agreed upon and discovered by the laws of the state of South Dakota, both as to interpretation and performance without reference to the rules thereof relating to the conflicts of law. All arbitrations and all lawsuits arising from or related to this agreement shall be instituted and held in Bennington County, South Dakota, which shall be the exclusive jurisdiction of each party, waiving the rights to change the venue. Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code, Chapter 4, Chapter 2, Section 4.1, sovereign immunity provides that except as required by federal law or constitutional bylaws of the tribe are specifically waived by a resolution or ordinance of tribal council, making specific reference to such. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe and its office of employees shall be immune from suit in any civil action or any liability arising from the performance of their official duties. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Commodity Food Program, as recommended by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, determined that it is in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to approve the quote from Pyre Baker Fire and Safety, 1530 Samco Road, Rapid City, South Dakota, amount of $1,150 for inspection of the RST Commodity Food Program, including the provisions that require the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to waive its sovereign immunity from suit for resolution of disputes through binding arbitration in accordance with the rules of the Construction Industry Arbitration Rules of America, arbitration, and the provisions that each party waives the right to be heard in the court of law without a jury, agreement is governed by the laws of the state of South Dakota, but after interpretation and performance without reference to the rules thereof relating to the conflicts of law and all arbitrations and all lawsuits arising from the related to this agreement must be instituted and held. And Eric, I think that needs to be changed from Pennington County and both whereases to the local Sioux Tribal Court.
As amended.
Yeah, as amended. Both of those have to be to the local Sioux Tribal Court. Therefore, be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the RST Health Board and to approve the quote of 5 Acre Fire and Safety, 1530 Samco, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57702 in the amount of $1,150 for the inspection of the RST Commodity Food Facility inspection for the compliance of the NFPA 25-year obstruction test. Yeah, and those two things, we can't go to court here, so it has to go to court in South Dakota. I mean, we use South Dakota law, but we go to court in the tribal court.
Any discussion, Mike?
Yeah, Wayne, in that paragraph, where it speaks about the agreement is governed by the laws of the state of South Dakota, both as to interpretation and performance. Can we put the word only after performance?
Sure.
I don't know if that's necessary, but it kind of makes me feel.
Where is it? On the first page?
About, and the agreement, yeah, this is on page 2, the 1, 2, the third whereas, about 2/3 of the way down, it talks about the agreement is governed by the laws of the state of South Dakota, comma, both as to interpretation and performance, comma. If we could insert the word only after the word performance.
Only without reference to the rules?
Right.
Okay. Okay, as amended.
Madam Chair, could I get some more background?
Sure.
Well, the copy I have doesn't have the agreement, and I think the agreement doesn't reference tribal court. I'd have to go back and look at, it doesn't look like there's a second page to that. But just some more background to this. This inspection of the roof is a USDA requirement and it comes from the program. You know, I think the program director probably would have been more helpful with those details. There's no other contractor in the area that does those kinds of roof inspections for USDA certification. That's why we're kind of stuck with this. The bright spot is if the agreement is paid, there won't be anything to dispute. So that's the background, and like I said, I know the council is reluctant to waive immunity, and it's a small contract, and normally this wouldn't require council approval except for those provisions on waiver the tribe's immunity. That's why it's before you.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Todd? All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Is that it for the resolutions?
That's it. All I have.
Emily?
Earlier, you mentioned us needing to make a motion, scheduling those chartered entity dates. Was that already done, or did we need a motion that? I wasn't sure on that one.
I left it up to you guys, if you guys want to make a motion to look at the calendar and.
Okay, I just didn't know if we needed to do that so we could get it on the calendar, or if that was already in the works somehow, but.
About the 17th and the 18th, because we have 3 of them, right? SGU, St. Francis,
SWA and Redco.
and Redco.
But Redco, maybe they could give theirs on the 26th, because
Okay.
they're scheduled for that day anyway.
Right, okay. And just do the other ones on just one day, 17th? On that Monday or the 18th?
Land and Natural Tax Commission.
Or TCU, Economic Development?
Sherry said she wanted to have an Economic Development Committee meeting.
Okay.
So. Royal.
Yeah. When I went to a law symposium, there was a lady, Randy, and that's to bring some law students in. Did they already do that, or meet with council, things like that? I think I told Kathy about it, might have been an email, but she wanted to visit council. Her name, last name, Kelly's. She's from Standing Rock. She works for the law school. But she wanted,
Yeah. I can't even remember that now. I don't know if there's been any communication with her to come down.
yeah, they were supposed to stay at the casino and then come and talk. So I don't know if they had to go with the secretary's office.
Council, just a little bit of information for you guys to think about. I know you're all worried about the SNAP and what's gonna happen with SNAP and trying to make some plans. I got some figures today. For Todd County, the total amount of SNAP benefits paid monthly is $129,000 a month. You add in Millette, Chip, and Gregory, it's up to $160,000 a month. So that's the kind of figures you're looking at if you wanna, nobody getting SNAP.
And that probably includes some non-members, right?
Probably includes some, but I would say very little.
Primarily, both of them are tribal members.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting that the SNAP benefits for like Ogallala County, for example, is just as high as Pennington County.
Wow.
I think we're served underneath that, right?
Yeah. So it's, the reservations are the biggest counties in the state.
He goes, Minnehaha, Pennington, Oglala, then that.
Just, just give me that information so that you know what kind of numbers we're thinking about if we have to supplement that.
Just on those chartered reports too, I think we'll probably need more than one day. Because I know sitting on the Red Coal board, they were talking about bringing in the employees from the subsidiaries too. So if the other charters bring in any of their employees or key managers within the organization, it might take longer.
We might be looking at December, that first week in December, giving them all a day or something.
Yeah.
Or even the committees that they normally report to, is that day or something?
Or you have an education on that first Wednesday, St. Francis.
Unless you guys go to Board of Regents and.
I just didn't know if somebody was already communicating with the entities, they might already be trying to get scheduled.
Patty had some communications with them, and I don't know, I mean, I know there wasn't like set dates, but she did tell me she was communicating with them,
Should
so.
we just wait for that? I don't know.
Yeah, I could visit with her
Get it done
too.
with that though, because we've been waiting and it's like it just keeps getting pushed back, and.
So Redco, I think, can do theirs on their day, their reporting day. Mike.
Yeah, I don't know if I should say this or not, and don't anybody glare at me either. When it comes to our two educational systems, you know, when they give their reports, remember that the institutions aren't the people that show up to give the report. And the people who these institutions serve are primarily our children and our young adults. So let's keep in mind, you know, that anything that is said or that happens here, you know, could have some degree of negative emotional things. You guys get my drift. I mean, because there's always questions, or we're always sometimes tempted to ask questions that are somewhat, you know, challenging and controversial, you know. These report times probably are, you know, we should probably try to refrain from too much of that. Again, not because of the people that are giving the reports, but because who's affected by what, you know, what is said. And these are going to be publicly broadcasted, I'm assuming.
Folks, do you want to entertain a motion to maybe designate the first week of December for the chartered entity reports?
Sure, I'll make that motion for the first week of December. Chartered entity report.
The first week of December. Just that first week, we'll take a look. That way it'll give her, you know, they'll probably schedule one every day or two a day. We could get it. And then we'll just include Redco during that week too.
Okay.
For SGU, Redco to designate the first week of December to chartered entity reports. For Redco, SGU, St. Francis City School, and SWA. Sound right? Okay. Second? Seconded by Ben. Question? Todd, all in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Thank you.
Will we get those notifications off to those institutions right away?
Yeah.
So they got time to prepare?
Yeah. Can you make a note for,
And you know, Madam Chair, the reason why, you know, I'm not being aggressive, I'm not attacking, but we have 2 more years together, some of us a year. And at the rate we're going right now, we ain't getting nothing done because there's lack of transparency, lack of communication. We need to have that in order to be successful for the people. We have to. So no one should be getting defensive here because we're getting it from the people. Work together. Let's not avoid and let's not play victim here. You want to know who the victims are? Our people. Because some of them are suffering hard. We got hard times coming. So they need the prayers. So we need to pull it together. Otherwise, it can't be like this for 2 years. We got to work together for the Oyate. It's not an I team, it's a we team for the people. They voted us in. Have a good evening to the Oyate.
I got a quick question. I know this is probably gonna ruffle some feathers probably or something like that, but, yeah, I got a letter in my box and I think pretty much everybody else did about the situation over at SGU. So kind of curious of how that will play out, I guess. I mean, I don't know if I want to wait for that report or if we want to make action on it. But that's my concern is that the next step is here. So I'm kind of curious if that's where, if it's being handled or what the deal on that is. So I don't know if some of you got the letter in your mailboxes about that. So I want to make sure that, because if it's not being handled, I want to make sure that we handle it. And that's the concern that I have, that are people who are, I guess, being treated unfairly, or maybe even, just reading the letter kind of stumps me. But again, we always know there's two sides to a story, but I want to make sure that we're following the proper steps, because the next step is here. And I'm willing to make that decision to have a hearing here, or to actually hear them out, so we can find out how we can get that straight. I don't know if that situation was ever taken care of also with the land part of it, so that was my concern also.
Over the land part, you mean SGU?
Yeah.
Well, as far as everybody's concerned, that situation was resolved at that last get-together that took place in the annex. Pretty clear,
Yeah, because I didn't hear anything about it.
Now, it may get resurrected again, but for what reason, I have no idea, I don't know.
Yeah, because I didn't get no feedback. Yeah, I didn't get no feedback on what it was, so I just want to make sure that we get that straightened out, that it was taken care of, it was dealt with, so that's just my concern on it, so.
Certain people in animal community leadership weren't happy with the decision that was made, but it was the right thing to do. If you look at it objectively, and that's what happened over in the annex building, it was looked at objectively, and it was clear that, what happened wasn't kosher.
Yeah, I just want to
The
make
way
sure.
it happened wasn't kosher at all.
I just want to make sure we got taken care of, because it was here twice, it came here twice, but as long as it's getting taken care of, but the situations that are still arising is what it needs to be.
And
The next step was here.
there's always something,
It kind of falls back to where our own process here is not being followed, and we need to make sure that process is being followed. If we're telling our employees that there's a process that you have to follow, and if it's not being followed, then where do they go? What do they do? That's where I'm trying to get at, because again, there's enough of that being dealt with right now. And again, committees are dealing with it, but where else can they go? And I understand some people don't want to say
keep separate the legitimate complaints against
yeah.
the haters.
Yes.
So
Well, I just want to make sure that, it's being dealt with in a sense, instead of just waiting to see, something gets really bad, it gets out of hand, then violence comes into play. But I just want to make sure that it gets addressed so that we can at least deal with it before it gets worse than what it is. And I understand there's a difference between somebody that doesn't want to hear the word no, or this is where it ends. They want to keep going. I understand that part. So again, just to make sure we have a clear, I guess, pathway that they can follow supposedly. But so if it's not being followed, then we're at just to blame too. So I just want to make sure that's what we're doing, because we get a lot of things in our box about issues and concerns. So if we don't hear them here, then where do we hear them from, or where do they say that they're going to take care of? So, but those are just my concerns. I just want to, I don't know if I'll wait for our report or not, but that's just my concern. Thank you.
Oh, so wasn't that issue already sent to our land office and TLE and?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I think so. Yeah, it was, but I don't know what.
Land and Natural?
They're all supposed to meet together. I think they're all supposed to meet together. So yeah.
We just need to be kept updated on this stuff, you know, because a lot of times things come to us and holy buckets, we don't even know about it, and other people have known about it but not shared any information with us. And, you know, there are haters, Mike, but when you have when you have more than two, when you have a lot, then there's something definitely wrong. I know, I know, but I said there are some. And you know,
I want to see your hater list.
we really need to do something about our ER, about the ED up there, because every day something's going wrong up there with our people. They're getting hurt, you know, going in. So we really need to address that.
Yeah, encourage your community members to go testify next week.
Yep, everybody go testify on the 6th and 7th.
Veterans Affairs
At the
Building.
Veterans Affairs Building. Please go give a testimony.
Is there anything we could, sympathy card or something, but that infant that passed away up there? They were waiting for a referral.
They're from Oak Creek. Yeah, I know.
Could council give them a sympathy card or something?
Yeah.
You know, just help them out sometime. Even if gas money, I'm sure you gotta go somewhere and do something.
I'll have the secretary's office, can they maybe put a card together, then reps can
But you
stop
know,
it and sign it.
Cincinnati, you just wanna do that?
Well, we could put it in the secretary's office, you can come sign it.
Okay.
You guys wanna do that? And then we could probably put a donation amount.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Todd to adjourn, seconded by Marion, question by Mike. All in favor?
What about those two?
You guys wanna leave? Go plan no. Oh, adjourn.
Not voting.
Zero.
Well, I get to the